representing IPU. And we are ready to go to your country, Tanzania, in October 2026. So I also would like to congratulate and thank so much to Ms. Fatma Aksal, member of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey. Thank you so much, dear Fatma. And a special mention, I don't know if she's here, to Fatma Onku, my sister and the vice president of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, please stand up. Fatma Onku, vice president of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, for all your effort. And also I want to give a special recognition, Member of Parliament, Ms. Erdogan from Turkey, for all the preparations for this assembly. Thank you, because you have been more than 1 year with all the preparation. Thank you so much. And I want to also welcome, he is coming, but let's give a great clap for him, our Secretary General, Mr. Martin Chungong, Secretary General of the IPU and Chairperson of the International Gender Champion. So, Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all of us gathered today here, I would like to thank you, all the speakers that are here with us today. If they can stand up so we can give us a good clap for the speakers that are here in the room, as the speaker of Azerbaijan, the speaker of Uzbekistan. We want you to stand up, the speakers that are here in the room. The speaker of South Africa is here. The speaker from Zimbabwe, all the speakers, can they stand up, please? Yeah, the speaker.
رئیس مجلس
Thank you so much, dear
متشکرم رئیس مجلس زیمبابوه و همچنین
for being here.
برای اینکه تشریف آوردید از شما تشکر میکنم.
I would like to thank you most warmly for hosting this 150th
تشکر میکنم از شما به خاطر حضورتون در این جلسه.
Thank you for your gracious hospitality.
تشکر میکنم به خاطر مهمان نوازیتون و حمایتی که از رئیس به عمل آوردید.
And we are very thankful with him.
ما بسیار سپاسگزاریم.
And we are very happy to be here in Turkey, in a country that is a leader in the world for a lot of things. So we are so happy to be here. Please transmit the President a big thankful from all the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, the government and the Grand National Assembly of Turkey. So, since we have arrived in this beautiful country, we truly feel at home. So, I would like to recognize Ms. Fatma Aksal, member of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, for Edirne, former chair of the Committee on Equal Opportunity for Women and Men, and member of the Turkish delegation to NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Ms. Aksal's parliamentary service and commitment to economic development are deeply appreciated. We are very pleased to have you here today. So, dear colleagues, by nomination on behalf of our gracious host, I would like to propose Ms. Fatma Aksal presides over the 41st session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. I would like to approve this proposal by acclamation. Thank you, dear colleagues. Congratulations, Ms. Aksal. Without further ado, I pass over the presidency to you, and just tell that this will be a very special Forum of Women Parliamentarians, because we will give some words to our Secretary General, Martin Chungong, that has done a lot for the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. We will have the candidates of the Secretary Generals here in the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. We will be talking about also the Conference of Serbia that will be in June, the next Conference of Women Parliamentarians, and we will be having a great topic. So, dear President, Ms. Axal, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Castro, and thank you all. Now I'm going to give my speech in Turkish.
صحبت بکنم اگر اجازه بفرمایید. این ترکی صحبت انگلیسی میکنه. ترکی الان صحبت میکنه. میخوام ترکی صحبت کنم. میدن.
Sayın Başkan, değerli milletvekilleri.
Madam President, distinguished MPs and distinguished guests, thank you very much for giving me this important duty. I am grateful to all of you, and thanks to this. So, Cynthia Lopez Castro, thank you very much for your decisive leadership, constructive approach, and this strengthening solidarity amongst the women parliamentarians. Thank you very much for all your contributions. And also, Mr. Martin Chungong, during your term, thank you very much for your contributive efforts to parliamentary diplomacy and for raising the voices of women and girls. So I am grateful. The vision he put forward strengthened this platform, made it more comprehensive and effective. So you are in the cradle of cultures, civilizations, Istanbul. We are very happy to host you in Istanbul as Grand National Assembly of Turkey. After a certain period of time, we are rehosting IPU, so we are honored and very pleased to be the host of this General Assembly. And hopefully this gathering will strengthen the inter-parliamentary dialogue and will bear solutions to some common problems and will consolidate our wills. And today the world is facing political tensions and humanitarian crises simultaneously, and we are passing through very challenging times. Conflicts and their results, their severe results, are being seen by civilians, especially by women and children. And in such periods, parliaments are responsible more than ever, because parliaments are not just legislative powers, they are also the conscience of the societies and their common will. So for peace to be sustainable, for justice, for human dignity, and for international law to be protected, we need to work, and this is very important. Democracy can be strengthened by inclusive representation. So within this framework, representation of women in politics and their effective engagement in decision-making processes, it is not just a matter of equality, it determines the quality of democratic systems. And if women are active in politics, then it is more inclusive, more balanced, and it can bear more sustainable policies, and it can build peace. It can strengthen social consensus, and it can bear durable solutions. Women being in decision-making mechanisms, if they are strongly represented in decision-making mechanisms, such societies, not just for women, but for the entire society, can build a sounder future. So for that reason, the existence of women in politics, it is not just a historical matter, it determines the quality of democracy. So it is a sine qua non, it is essential. During my terms in the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, especially when I was the chairperson of the Equal Opportunities Committee for Men and Women, we always said that equal opportunities is not just a discourse, but it has to be a tool for concrete policies and strong institutional will. So I have closely witnessed to this when I was working in the committee. So for that reason, IPU, supporting women parliamentarians, and incentivizing durable policies is very important. And with these notions, this 41st Women Parliamentarians Forum hopefully will be horizon-opening, result-based, and constructive. We shouldn't forget that for a fairer, for a more peaceful, and for a more inclusive world, we need to include women in decision-making processes. So with such communities, societies, this is possible. I would like to greet you all and thank you very much for your participation and for your contributions. Thank you.
I am now pleased to invite His Excellency, Mr. Numan Kurtulmuş, Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey and President of the 152nd IPU Assembly. Mr. Speaker, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Good morning. Sayın Başkan, Kadın Parlamenterler Forumu'nun
Madam President, distinguished members of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, honorable parliamentarians, and esteemed guests. So at the outset, I would like to express my gratitude. I would like to welcome you where cultures come together, civilizations come together. So we're very pleased to host you in Istanbul. At the outset of my speech, I would like to express my gratitude to Ms. Cynthia Lopez Castro for her kind introduction at the opening of the Forum of Parliamentarians.
Teşekkürlerimi ifade etmek istiyorum. Ayrıca bu forumun açılışında 41. oturum başkanlığına
And I
seçilen
warmly congratulate our distinguished member of Parliament, Ms. Fatma Aksal, who has been elected president of the 41st session of the forum, and I sincerely hope that her work will yield some very successful and fruitful outcomes. And in the beginning of my speech, again, maybe this will be the very last meeting of his, and for a very long time, he is working as the General Secretary of IPU successfully, and we all know him very well. And when he entered the room with the applause you showed, we have seen that how much he is loved. So once again, I would like to express my gratitude to him, and hopefully he will have a very successful life. It's a great honor for us to welcome you to Istanbul on the occasion of the 152nd Assembly of Inter-Parliamentary Union, a city that throughout history has hosted many gatherings, intellectual encounters, and political engagements, and where different ideas were discussed. This city, which stands at the crossroads of civilizations, continues today to serve as an important center of collective wisdom and international cooperation. So different ideas can come together, can be discussed on the very same table. So it is one of the rarest cities which can still do this. Welcome to Istanbul. Distinguished participants, Women Parliamentarians Forum is not just an ordinary meeting, or is not just in an ordinary meeting format. We regard it as a distinguished platform where the fundamental issues facing humanity are discussed in greater depth, where the horizon of political representation is broadened, and where global conscience is shaped. So it is an exceptional platform in the international system. At this gathering in Istanbul, so we will be discussing the role of women in decision-making processes and rebuilding societies after conflict and their role in establishing a more equitable international system. So we will be discussing such ideas, and it is very important from that perspective. Indeed, all these themes are marking the responsibility areas which cannot be postponed. We are not just facing a crisis or chaos at the moment, or in terms of international system, it is not an ordinary tension issue that we're discussing today. We are closely following, and from time to time, we are deeply concerned by these conflicts. And today, the global problem that we are facing is showing that multilateral system is losing its impact and law is being implemented in a selective way, and the reputation of international institutions are being eradicated, and global decision-making processes are deprived of justice. And this situation leads to severe consequences, including narrowing of diplomatic channels and the heavy pressure placed upon human dignity. In the current environment, it is most often women and children who pay the heaviest price, undoubtedly. So in every conflict zone of the world, in every tension zone of the world, and in international arena, in the center of all conflicts, mostly women are paying the bills severely, and they are shouldering the troubles. Starting with Gaza, in our region, there are ongoing conflicts, and there are humanitarian crimes going up to the level of genocide. Unfortunately, Gazan women and children are paying the price of this genocide. And in many places of the world, there are migrations, poverties, and poverty is also being paid by women. Displaced people, poverty, poor people, and non-protected ones are mostly women. And on the other side, when we look at the democratic negotiation tables, we see that women are still not adequately represented. This deficiency is more than a technical representation issue. It constitutes a structural gap that delays the socialization of peace and undermines its sustainability. Honorable parliamentarians, the empowerment of women cannot be confined to a narrow equality debate. This issue is directly linked to the quality of democracy, the inclusiveness of the administration, the sustainability of development, and the healthy maintenance of social balance. For this reason, we regard the negotiations held here not as a secondary agenda item, but as one of the central debates of our era time. The ideas you put forward are not merely statements of goodwill. They influence legislative processes, shape public policies, politics, and produce tangible outcomes in the areas that determine the future of societies. We now clearly know that where women cannot participate effectively in decision-making mechanisms, neither equity can be fully achieved, nor a lasting climate of peace can be established. At this point, parliaments have a special responsibility. Parliaments are not only lawmaking bodies. They are institutions where the will of the people is embodied, where the collective conscience finds expression, and where the direction of the future is determined. Legislative processes, oversight, budgetary processes, if women strongly participate in these processes, then this is very important for building more inclusive, resilient, and balanced societies. Dear guests, today's multidimensional crises are deepening already existing inequalities even further for women. Economic contraction, displacement, conflict environments, and increasing income gap, social insecurity, deteriorating access to education directly affect the lives of women. And globally, these are related with all countries. With the support of women, strengthening economic justice, and by reinforcing social resilience through the consolidation of social peace, these cannot be considered separately. Violence against women is one of the most severe and painful dimensions of this issue. The response to such violence is a legal, humanitarian, moral, and political responsibility. So this is very apparent. The determination shown in this field is one of the main indicators of the level of civilization of societies, undoubtedly. As Turkey, we regard the empowerment of women as a strategic area for the protection of the family, the strengthening of the social fabric, the enhancement of productive capacity, and the qualitative improvement of public life. So these are strategic areas for our society, and improvement in these areas are the main responsibilities of our government. In this spirit, from education to employment, from social support mechanisms to decision-making processes, we are taking multifaceted steps across a wide spectrum, and we will continue to do so. However, I must also emphasize that the issue is not merely about providing opportunities. What is truly needed is to establish a fair environment in which women's knowledge, experience, intuition, and political expertise can be fully reflected in public life. What truly matters is the establishment of a sense of trust in daily life, ensuring that girls do not drop out of education and making use of education is sufficiently enabling families to live with dignity and safeguarding human dignity under all circumstances. In this regard, I firmly believe that the ideas and proposals emerging from this forum will make a strong contribution to the work of the 152nd Assembly. With these thoughts, I wish the Forum of Women Parliamentarians every success and productive visionary outcomes, and I extend my respectful and warmest greetings to you all for your participation, and I wish success to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, such an inspiring words. Now, we have Dr. Tulya Aksen, President of the IPU. Dr. Aksen, the floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker of the Grand National Assembly and the President of the 152nd IPU Assembly, Madam President of the 41st session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, Madam President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, Mr. Secretary General of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, dear colleagues, dear friends. I wish to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to our hosts, and here particularly the Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey for the good work and the arrangements that they have put in place, which we have all enjoyed since our arrival here in Istanbul. We are very grateful for all the measures that have been put in place. We have been well received and we are well taken care of. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. That said, I would like to echo the words that were said by the President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians in IPU. Please convey our words of gratitude to His Excellency Mr. Erdogan, the President of Turkey. We appreciate the hospitality. Dear colleagues, dear friends, I would like also to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this 41st session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. It is a great pleasure to see so many women and men. The room is packed. This is not accidental. It is planned, but also it means we have made progress. When women and men together feel they can attend to the meetings that are called And they're even written, women. So we work together. I would like to pay tribute to the men in the room. Thank you for coming to this forum. Dear colleagues, we have to work together, men and women parliamentarians, to make a difference in the world, but also to ensure our commitment to gender equality is advanced globally. I am very pleased to join you at this forum, a platform that for more than 4 decades has brought women parliamentarians together across borders, political traditions, and national context. It has helped women parliamentarians recognize that many appear in one country as an individual obstacle is often part of the wider structural reality. It has always strongly affirmed that the rights, representation, and leadership of women are matters not of symbolism, but of democracy itself. This forum is a key space for dialogue, solidarity, and shared purpose, values that we need today more than ever before. Thanks to this forum, dear colleagues, thanks to our collective conviction, persistence, and leadership, the IPU has become a leader on gender equality. I look forward to gender equality remaining at the heart of our organization's mission and action through the new IPU 5-year strategy to be adopted during this assembly. And that brings me to another key promoter of gender equality in this organization, our own Secretary General, Mr. Martin Chugong. Colleagues, allow me to pay tribute to this great man who has served our institution with unwavering support. I'm going to use a few of my minutes to talk about him because this will be his last assembly because he's going to retire soon. So that said, and because this is a women's forum, let us all recognize his contribution within the IPU, but also globally. Dear Martin, as you attend this assembly in the final period of your tenure, I wish to recognize the leadership you have provided to the IPU and to the broader cause of gender equality in Parliament and beyond. Under your leadership and stewardship, gender equality has not remained a principle to be affirmed. It has become a priority to be advanced, a standard to be upheld, and a responsibility to be shared. Under your tenure, Mr. Secretary General, parity is now part and parcel of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Speaking personally, your first tenure, Mr. Martin, as Secretary General coincided with my own journey as Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of the United Republic of Tanzania. That timing mattered a lot to me at a moment when I, like many women in public life, was navigating norms that challenged women leadership. It was deeply meaningful to see that the IPU was addressing these same challenges with lead, commitment, and clarity. A decade later, I became Speaker of the National Assembly of Tanzania, and later, I became President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. That is not to say the journey is easy, but I am recognizing his commitment, our Secretary General's commitment, that it's not only working here at the IPU, but it is inspiring women out there globally. Dear Martin, your kind of leadership leaves a mark not only on an institution, but on people. The impact of that leadership is visible in many ways. It is reflected in measurable progress, including the rise in women's representation in parliament globally, from 21.9% in 2014 to 27.2% today, as I'm addressing you. Importantly, that work continues to evolve by combating persistent barriers such as violence against women in politics, negative social norms, and exclusion of women from marginalized groups. This is a welcome investment towards parity in numbers, leadership, and culture. The impact of your leadership, Mr. Secretary General, is also visible in the way the IPU is regarded within the wider international system. Cooperation with the United Nations treaty bodies is closer than ever before. The IPU is a key partner in advancing international commitments on gender equality and women's rights. It is a loud voice against attempts of pushbacks on women and girls' rights and freedoms. But perhaps the most important part of your legacy, Mr. Martin, lies in the mark you leave in the consciousness of parliaments and individual members worldwide. You leave behind the understanding that the Inter-Parliamentary Union keeps an open door, that it does not only hear, but listens, and that it does not only listen, but responds. For that, Mr. Secretary General, we thank you with respect, gratitude, and sincerity. Mr. Martin, Mr. Speaker, colleagues, and friends, we will all be honoring our outgoing Secretary General by ensuring that this Forum of Women Parliamentarians continues to fulfill its essential role of bringing a stronger gender perspective to the work of the IPU and of our parliaments. Dear colleagues, today, that role will be expressed in your consideration of the draft resolutions before this assembly, and in your reflections on the rise of conflicts and their grave consequences for the rights and lives of women and girls. Through these deliberations, the Forum will continue to shape the Assembly's work with clarity, relevance, and purpose. Before I end, I would like to also echo the words that were said by the President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians in the IPU. This is historic for women. We have 4 women candidates for the position of the Secretary General of the IPU. This shows you we have made progress. So for a while, we are going to have a female president of IPU and a female Secretary General of IPU. I wish you all the best as you listen to these capable women candidates who are going to present themselves to you. I'm sure we are going to get the best out of them. I thank you for listening and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Axon. Now we have Senator Lopez Castro, President of the Bureau of Women Parliaments. Senator Castro, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker of the Grand National Assembly and President of the 152 Assembly Thank you. I said thank you so much for everything. It's a big pleasure to be in Turkey, and thank you for making this possible at this great assembly in your country. Also, President of the IPU, Tulia Aksun, Mr. Secretary General of the IPU, and Ms. Fatma, President of the Women's Assembly. I also want to mention the speakers that are with us today. Thank you so much for being here. Our speaker from Azerbaijan, our speaker from Uzbekistan, our speaker from South Africa, and our speaker from Zimbabwe. Thank you so much for your attendance. And also, I have to say in all my speeches, because they did a great work, my dear Vice President of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, Fatma Onku, thanks for everything to make it this possible. Fatma, thank you. Also, Ms. Asuman Erdogan, thank you so much for all your work because you have put your heart in this assembly. So also I want to thank you so much, the presence of my Mexican colleagues, the Mexican delegation. Thank you for being here in this assembly. So for me, this forum is not only a platform within the IPU, it's a living space of trust, courage, and political sisterhood. Is where women parliamentarians of all the world bring our struggles, our victories, and find strength in each other. As president of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, I have had the privilege of seeing how this forum is demonstrated in centrally concrete ways. In its sustained focus on women, peace and security remains deeply relevant as conflict continues to bring suffering in this region and far beyond. Allowed me at this point to express our heartfelt solidarity with all women, all girls enduring violence, displacement, and fear, and whose futures are being hampered by war. I want to pay tribute for all women that have been dead for the war in these times. For all women, we are here to still raise the voice, but you will be always here. And let's talk for all the women that now they are not here today with us. But we will keep fighting so no more women. We don't want one more women to be dead on wars. And I want to make a special recognition because I haven't seen him, but I want to give a big clap to my dear friend, one of the best presidents of the IPU, a former parliamentarian of Portugal that I didn't notice that you were here. Please stand up, Mr. Duarte Pacheco. Of course, we are so happy to have you here. Thank you. We need to see you. Thank you for being here with us. You have done a lot for women. You have done a lot as president of IPU, so we are very pleased to have you here, Mr. Duarte Pacheco. So I want just to share that now the percentage of women in parliament is 25.7%. Americas is with more women representation, 35%, then is Europe, and then is Africa. Now we have 7 countries in the world. It was 6 in the past, and now we have 7. So we have 1 country more that has achieved gender equality. So I want to congratulate Andorra, Bolivia, Cuba, Nicaragua, Rwanda, UAE, and of course, my dear country, Mexico, with the great job of our first female president, Claudia Sheinbaum. So also, I want to mention that Kazakhstan has improved in 12% the presence of women parliamentarians, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Burundi, and Australia. So it's a good notice about this increase in women's parliamentarians, but I'm concerned about something. We have 3 countries in the world, I will mention it, Oman, Tuvalu, and the Yemen, with no women in parliaments. So we need women in parliament because it was in 2022 the last time that there was no women in parliament. Now it has passed 4 years, and then we are one step back because now we have 3 parliaments with no women. So I hope for the next election, these 3 parliaments have women is the representation because we need women raising the voice. We will now also I want to say that we have 28 women as head of states. We have 28 women as president of head of states, and I want to congratulate Europe because 14 are in their continent. And for the first time in the history, we have a president women, as I said, in Mexico, in Namibia, and in North Macedonia. So congratulations for the women that are there. And also we have 22% of women as ministers. So after these numbers, we will be talking about this in the forum. I just want to finalize my intervention saying, Martin Chungong, thank you. Thank you for being a champion of leadership. Thank you for your legacy. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for helping us to implement the first conference of women parliamentarians as part of IPU. It was in Mexico, the first conference of women parliamentarians, and we will have this year in Serbia, the conference of women parliamentarians. So thank you, Secretary General, to make it possible. Thank you for all your support, and I want to recognize him through this video that is a present for you. So we make this video to express how much we thank you. So thank you, Secretary General, and you will be forever an advisor of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. Thank you so much. And in Turkey and in all the parts of the world, it's time for women. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Castro. And now we have Mr. Martin Chongong. The video. Honoring them. Thank you. Mr. Lopez Castro, thank you for your inspiring words and this beautiful tribute video. And now we have Mr. Chong Gong, Mr. Secretary General, the floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker of the Grand National Assembly and President of the 152nd IPU Assembly, Madam President of the IPU, my dear friend and sister, Dr. Tulia Axon, Madam President of the 41st session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, dear Fatma Aksa, my beloved friend, Cynthia Lopez Castro, President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, distinguished members of this forum, ladies and gentlemen. I just realized that I made a huge mistake. I did not come here with my box of tissue paper to wipe my tears because the very generous words of thanks and gratitude have left me dumbfounded and tearful. I have served you as Secretary General for the past 12 years, and I have made it a point of duty to be present wherever issues of gender equality are being discussed within the organization. I have heard you loud and clear, and I would like to thank each and every one of those speakers that have been here for their very kind words. I acknowledge those praises and thanks in all humility. I say in all humility, because I am aware of the fact that success has never been solitary. Success, especially in this area of the work of the IPU, has been the result of collective work. It has been the outcome of the determination and commitment of members of the organization across the board. It has been the outcome of the strong leadership shown by the members of the leadership of the organization, including the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, which I attended this morning. This forum that I have seen grow over the past 40 years, I have seen the strides that we have made in terms of prosecuting the gender equality agenda under the leadership of some strong champions in this organization, men and women alike. I am proud to be one of those men that have been at the forefront of promoting the gender equality agenda in the IPU. I have done so not because I think gender equality is a nice to have thing. I don't think we should be so simplistic. Gender equality should be part and parcel of society and institutions that are worthy of that name, including the Global Organization of Parliaments, the Inter-Parliamentary Union. If we talk about democracy, that democracy cannot be legitimate if women and men are not equally at the table. If there is no commitment on the part of leadership to promote gender equality, I would say gender justice, as a priority. So I want to use this opportunity to thank each and every one of you for that leadership, for that commitment. I did say this morning that it takes two to tango. We have, of course, been there to do your bidding, but we have been guided by what you have designed as policies and advocacy. We have seen this forum as one of the major places for the organization to transform itself from within to become an ever more gender-sensitive and gender-friendly body. We have seen your forum drive progress in terms of developing parliamentary diplomacy that is gender-sensitive. And today, parliamentary involvement in global affairs cannot claim legitimacy if it is not gender sensitive. And it is very much thanks to you that this is happening. Your president, the president of the Women's Bureau, earlier today, this morning, that mentioned the strides that we have made when it comes to gender equality in the world, thanks to their efforts. But we have also made strides within the organization to be more gender sensitive. So thank you very much, Forum of Women Parliamentarians, for showing the light, for continuing to do this work. We have been very steadfast in promoting those policies that you have identified. We have been very intransigent when it came to promoting participation of women in delegations to the IPU. And today we celebrate 37% of IPU delegates in assemblies being women. And I must say that I'm really proud of this because I have also been introduced as the chair of the Global Board of International Gender Champions, which is this network of leaders of international organization, diplomats, all committed to working for gender equality in their areas. And the IPU is always quoted as an example of an organization that is gender sensitive. You can go and check the statistics, 37% is a good figure. I did commit to 40%. I'm not yet there, we're not yet there. My successor will work towards that. I did say we want 50-50. We want the 50%. So I want to salute the work that we have done in terms of gender parity. Cynthia, let me respond in kind. You spearheaded the conference in Mexico last year, the Global Conference of Women Parliamentarians. And I remember very clearly that we came up with a plan of action for parity. The first time we're having that type of document, we had always talked about gender equality, but now we have embedded within the legislative framework of the organization the norm of parity, and not just an aspiration, but something that is mandatory. Thank you very much to you, Cynthia, for driving that process. I am sure that we will continue to have these discussions here, and you have thanked me, those who have taken the floor have thanked me, but I want also to say the greatest gratitude that you can give to me as outgoing Secretary General of this organization is to commit to perpetuating the achievements that we have made together over the past 12 years. I say this cognizant of the fact that there is real pushback today to unravel progress that we have achieved in gender equality globally. The anti-rights movement is powerful, it is well-resourced, and it is only organizations such as the Inter-Parliamentary Union that have the legitimacy of the people that can help to push back on this. And if there is any ask, one last ask from me to this forum is that you should not relent in your efforts to prosecute the gender equality agenda in a very robust and stringent manner. We need to make sure that those who are fighting against rights, they are fighting against legitimacy, do not prevail any moment. So let me just conclude, Madam President of this forum, Mr. Speaker, President of the IPU and President of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, by saying that we need more men at the table. Gender equality is not a women's issue. Gender equality is a societal issue, and we need men and women working together as allies in order to promote justice, because gender equality is a matter of justice and legitimacy. So thank you very much once again for the tributes that you have paid to my humble self. I did this out of a sense of duty, and wherever I am, I will not say I will be pulling the strings, but if, as somebody has suggested, the request for me to provide advice based on my experience, you can count on me to be very supportive, because once you're in the IPU, you never really leave the IPU. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Secretary General, Ms. President, and Ms. Cynthia Lopez. We all know that you have a very busy schedule. Please feel free to leave whenever you need to. Thank you. Dear colleagues, for the rest of us, we will now proceed with our agenda items for the day. Let us begin with our work with the adoption of the agenda. You have before you the agenda of the forum, which was discussed by the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians at the session held in Geneva in October 2025. I invite you to adopt the agenda by acclamation. A stronger acclamation, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues. The agenda is adopted. Our session today will continue until 6 p.m. with a lunch break from 1 to 2:30 p.m. We have many interesting matters to discuss, and I am sure we will have enlightening and interesting discussions. We will now consider item 3 of our agenda. It focuses on the recent activities to advance gender equality. I invite Mrs. Michelle Rampal Gardner, member of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians from Canada, to brief you on the work carried out by the Bureau of its last sittings. Mr. Rampal, you have the floor.
Thank you, colleagues. It's an honor to brief the forum on the work carried out by the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians in Geneva in October and earlier this morning here in Istanbul. To start, on behalf of the members of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, I would like to thank the Bureau's president, Ms. Cynthia Lopez Castro, the IPU president, Ms. Tulia Aksen, the staff of the Bureau for their commitment to advancing the principle of gender equality within the IPU and globally. I would also like to thank our Turkish hosts for their generous hospitality and hard work in hosting this event. But most importantly, I would like to acknowledge the hard work of all of the fellow members of the Bureau. Thank you very much for your efforts. In Geneva, the Bureau debated on the situation of women and girls in conflict. We expressed our solidarity with those whose lives are shaped by war, displacement, and insecurity, and reaffirmed the importance of women's full involvement and leadership in peace efforts. That discussion helped guide the choice of the very timely topic for the forum's panel discussion this afternoon. When we met this morning, our Bureau paid tribute to the work of outgoing IPU Secretary General as it related to the forum. The Bureau will take note of the progress on the 4th IPU Regional Study on Sexism, Harassment, and Violence Against Women in Parliaments to focus on the Americas and the Caribbean. This work, carried out jointly with Parliamericas and the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, will result in a publication later this year in November. Colleagues, I encourage all of you from that region to participate in this important study through confidential interviews, and more information, including participation forms, is available in your documents. The Bureau will also continue its reflection on technology-facilitated violence against women in politics. Building on the e-safety training held in the Tashkent Assembly in 2025, the Bureau will hold a debate here today on disinformation, misinformation, and online violence, which we will later bring into the forum's discussions. Here in Istanbul, and with the very generous support of our hosts, the Bureau will also undertake a field visit to a violence prevention and monitoring center. The lessons from this visit will also help inform our work on violence against women and on effective institutional responses. Additionally, on Friday, a panel discussion on promoting diversity in parliaments will allow for knowledge and experience sharing to ensure representation of women and men in all of their diversity. I encourage you all to take part actively in that discussion. Thank you all for your attention. On behalf of the members of the Bureau, I wish you all very fruitful discussions throughout the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Rampal Gardner. Dear colleagues, there are lots of noise in the room. Please be a little bit quiet. Now, let us turn our attention to the participation of men and women at this 152nd IPU Assembly and to the work of the Gender Partnership Group. The Gender Partnership Group is a structure composed of 2 men and 2 women, member of Executive Committee of IPU. It monitors and promotes gender equality and gender mainstreaming at IPU. I'm very pleased to invite Ms. Sevil Mikhailova from Azerbaijan, member of the Gender Partnership Group, to give us an overview of the work carried out by the group. You have the floor, Mr. Mikhailova. Ms. Mikhailova.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Dear President of the 55th session of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, Ms. Fatma Aksel, dear President of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, dear colleagues, It is my great pleasure to brief you on the work of the Gender Partnership Group. But before, I would like to thank Turkey for excellent organization of the 152nd Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union and warm hospitality that we are experiencing here in Turkey. As you know, the group's role is to promote equality between men and women, both within the IPU and national parliaments, and to guarantee a safe environment for everyone to participate. Yesterday, the group held its first sitting here in Istanbul. We welcomed two new members, Ms. Muti from Zambia and Mr. Griefer from Belgium. Also, our group elected me as the new chair, which is a role I feel honored to take on. As per our mandate, we monitored the participation of women delegates at this assembly. As of yesterday, 36.2% of the delegates announced here in Istanbul were women. We expect overall high participation at this assembly, with more than 750 MPs announced. Among them, we expect the highest number ever of women MPs for an person assembly, over 270. This is how strong the women's movement is at the IPU. Also, we expect few all-male delegations of 2 or more members, less than 7%. This is good news, colleagues. Let's hope these figures are confirmed as the assembly progresses. We also looked at gender balance in delegations. By that, we mean delegations that are composed of at least 40% of men and 40% of women. Out of 140 national delegations announced, 44 are gender balanced, which is much higher than at the last assembly. This is good, but not good enough. We know we can do better than this, and we must do better. Gender parity is our goal at the IPU. So let's spread the word in our geopolitical groups so for the next time we hit a new record of gender balanced delegations. The group also welcomed ongoing efforts to make the IPU policy to prevent harassment, including sexual harassment at assemblies and other meetings better known for everyone. We look not with appreciation for more people are coming forward to report about their incidents. This is an issue of great importance, and our group will continue monitoring the situation as per its mandate. Colleagues, we need all hands on deck so that the IPU can become a fully safe and respectful space for everyone. So we also invite you to take action at home, and the IPU stands ready to support all of you. The group also discussed the state of women's participation in national parliaments. We heard with concern about the slowdown in progress worldwide, with only 27.5% of MPs being women. This is an increase of only 0.3 percentage points compared to a year ago. Also, there has been a decrease in number of women speakers of parliaments. So clearly, we need to remain vigilant here and remind ourselves that no progress can be taken for granted. But to continue to promote progress nationally as per its mandate here in Istanbul, our group will hold dialogues with delegations that have less than 10% women in parliament and offer our support. We know the value of peer-to-peer support as we pursue gender parity in decision-making, and we count on your confirmed engagement to promote this agenda. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mikhailova, for your valuable presentation. Colleagues, we will now turn our attention to recent gender equality activities carried out by the IPU. I would like to start with information on the parliamentary meeting held recently in New York on the occasion of Commission on the Status of Women. I invite Senator Cynthia Lopez. Cynthia is not here. Oh, she's here. I'm sorry, Cynthia. I couldn't see you. Cynthia Lopez Castro, President of the IPU, Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, to report on the parliamentary meeting that she presided. You have the floor, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. First of all, I want to apologize with Oman because I said that they have no women in parliament, but it was just in a chamber. They have two chambers, and I want to recognize the two members of parliament that are here. So thank you. I'm sorry they put me that data, and I'm so happy that you are here attending the IPU conference, and let's be working with Oman to have more women in parliament. Thank you so much. I'm sorry about that. Yes. So just tell you, dear colleagues, thank you for all of you that attend the CSW Parliament meeting in the New York in March 11. We held our annual parliamentary meeting on the occasion of CSW in partnership with UN Women. So I want to tell you that our discussions focus on the role of parliaments in achieving parity in politics and ensuring access to justice for women and girls. We concluded that gender-sensitive parity parliaments are required so that laws and policies respond to the needs and realities of women and girls and delivered justice systems that are fair and accessible to all. We also identify three key priority actions. First, parliaments must guarantee gender parity and ensure that decision making takes place in inclusive institutions from free violence, harassment, and discrimination. Second, must adopt and oversee laws and policies that promote equal access to justice for women and girls. Repealing discriminatory laws is a key action, especially in areas such as inheritance, nationality, property ownership, employment, and access to finance. We must also ensure to accessible systems that are free from barriers and biases and equipped implementation and enforcement. Um, and third, we need to build alliances. We must work closely with civil society and we need active engagement with men supporting gender equality. That's why I am very happy to have men in this room, in this assembly. Thank you for your attendance, and only men and women can do it together. So I urge you to advance these priorities in on our national countries. And just I want to share that recently in Mexico with our president Claudia Sheinbaum, we approved a law that is equal hours, equal pay. Because in most of our countries, women work the same hours, but they earn 30% less than men. So we have already approved that law, equal work for equal pay, and we will be sharing with you some insights in the next hours with the discussion so we can have more ideas of what to do in our country. So, Madam Chair, this is the report for the CSW parliamentary meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for the information about the report. Now, with great pleasure, I would like to invite Ms. Sabia Gafarova, Speaker of the National Assembly of Azerbaijan, to share with us the calls made by Women Speaker of the Parliaments through the report of 15th Summit. Madam Speaker, please, the floor is yours.
Madam President of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, Madam President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, dear colleagues, distinguished guests. First of all, I'd like to greet all of you and to say that it's a great honor and pleasure for me to be today here and meet with you. And I am pleased to launch today the report of the 15th Summit. Dear colleagues, the 15th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament was held on 28 July 2025. It precedes the 6th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. This report is essential at a time marked by heated conflict, tensions, uncertainties, and growing inequalities. We and our parliaments must be part of the solution, as our world today needs the wisdom of dialogue and the strength of inclusion to foster peace. The report I am launching today is not only a document, it is a declaration adopted by women speakers of parliament, committing to rally parliaments and lead their action for peace and inclusion. Dear colleagues, calls for action don't always come in quiet moments. They come at times of crisis, conflict, and of backlash. And as we see escalating violence, war, and insecurity in so many corners of the world, impacting women and girls and their future so harshly, this moment demands that we reinforce and accelerate our efforts. As women speakers, we express deep concern about the state of the world. We express our solidarity with all women and girls living in areas of conflict and wars. I invite this forum to express that same solidarity here today. Dear colleagues, we called for full respect of international humanitarian and human rights law and for peaceful negotiated settlements of conflict. We recommended to advance the gender-sensitive diplomacy, inclusive peace processes, and greater women's leadership in diplomacy and foreign affairs. We placed gender equality and the elimination of discrimination and violence against women and girls at the heart of building and sustaining peace. Dear colleagues, I urge this forum to take ownership of these calls. At this forum, we'll discuss the role of parliaments in restoring just and lasting peace later this morning and the impact of conflicts on women and girls this afternoon. I encourage you to incorporate the recommendations put forth by women speakers into your deliberations. We welcome the report of the 15th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament on leading for inclusive and lasting peace, and we believe it can help you in these endeavors. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm now inviting Ms. Ivana Stamavovic, member of the National Assembly of Republic of Serbia and member of the IPU Bureau of Young Parliamentarians, to say a few words about the upcoming IPU Global Conference of Women Parliamentarians. You have the floor, Ivana.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, member parliamentarians, members of the IPU. I have the great honor to invite you all to Belgrade, Serbia, from 2nd to 4th of June for the Global Conference of Women Parliamentarians. This year, we will gather around for a very important theme: advancing parity and breaking the barriers of gender stereotypes and negative social norms. It is a challenge that continues to shape our political systems and societies, and that calls for stronger cooperation and concrete action. Serbia sees this conference not just as an event, but as an opportunity to connect, exchange real experiences, and come out with the ideas that we can actually take back and implement. I also want to invite you that we have a stand in the floor before the Great Hall where the General Assembly will be taking place. Please visit our stand. We have sweet treats and souvenirs for you to take a little bit home to understand what you're gonna experience in Belgrade. Also, I have to say a big thank you to the IPU team and Zaina for helping us organize this conference. And I have to say a big thank you to our team from Republic of Serbia National Assembly, co-organize a stand at this conference. We are looking forward to seeing you in Belgrade to discussing these important themes, and really an honor to host you. At the end, I have to invite you to watch a short video that we have prepared to give you a glimpse of what are we planning and the atmosphere we want to create. We're really looking forward to seeing you in Belgrade, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and hosting the conference. Now we have the video. It's beautiful. A big thank you to the hosts of the conference. Now, dear colleagues, as we go into item 4 our agenda, we will now turn to the contribution of the forum to the work of this 152nd Assembly. As you know, all this Assembly, we will be considering two draft resolutions. The first draft resolution is on the role of parliaments in establishing robust post-conflict management mechanism and restoring a just and lasting peace. It is on the agenda of the Standing Committee on Peace and International Security. The second draft resolution is on building a fair, sustainable global economy, the role of parliaments in combating protectionism, reducing tariffs, and preventing corporate tax avoidance. This draft resolution is considered by the Standing Committee on Sustainable Development. As decided by the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, we will divide into two groups to discuss these draft resolutions. Group 1 will consider the draft resolution on the role of parliaments in establishing robust post-conflict management mechanism and restoring a just and lasting peace. Group 1 will meet here in the Crystal Ballroom. Group 2 will focus on the draft resolution on building a fair and sustainable global economy, the role of parliaments in combating protectionism, reducing tariffs, and preventing corporate tax avoidance. Group 2 will meet in the garden room, which is in next door. The purpose of each group will be to discuss the draft resolutions from a gender perspective, so that amendments can be drawn to make the draft more gender-focused, responsive, and inclusive to the need and interest of women. Each group will have interpretation in Arabic, English, French, and Spanish, and will discuss until 1 p.m. For each group, Bureau of Women Parliamentarians has nominated a chairperson and a rapporteur. For Group 1, the Bureau has nominated Ms. Cynthia Lopez Castro from Mexico as chair, and Ms. Riem Macau from Tunisia as rapporteur. For Group 2, the Bureau has nominated Ms. Rada Abu Naim from Saudi Arabia as chair and Ms. Sharon Clayton from Australia as rapporteur. Do you approve these nominations? Acclamation? I see no opposition. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you also to the chairperson and rapporteurs of the groups for taking these important tasks. Now, I'm pleased to welcome the co-rapporteurs of the draft resolution under consideration who have kindly accepted our invitations to present their overall scope. Mr. Burlich, Ms. Burlich, Member of Parliament from Netherlands, will introduce the draft resolution on the role of parliaments in establishing robust post-conflict management mechanism and restoring a just and lasting peace, of which she is a co-rapporteur. Ms. Sabo, Member of the National Assembly from Zambia, will introduce the draft resolution on building a fair and sustainable global economy, the role of parliaments in combating protectionism, reducing tariffs, and preventing corporate tax avoidance, of which she is a co-rapporteur. Let's start with Ms. Beldridge. Ms. Beldridge, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair and esteemed colleagues. Allow me to begin briefly recalling the essence of this draft resolution. It addresses a critical and recurring challenge: the difficulty of transforming peace agreements into just, lasting and sustainable peace. Too often, conflicts reemerge because post-conflict management remains weak, whether due to fragile institutions, lack of accountability, insufficient resources, or exclusion. This resolution, therefore, provides a comprehensive and actionable framework for parliaments to strengthen post-conflict governance, ensure accountability and justice, promote inclusive recovery, and mobilize sustained international support. Within this broader framework, one essential dimension of the resolution is its strong and consistent focus on the role of women in building sustainable peace. The resolution starts from a clear recognition. Conflict does not involve nor affect all equally. Women are often among those most severely impacted through displacement, loss of livelihoods, increased exposure to violence, and limited access to justice and services. At the same time, their voices remain too often underrepresented in decision-making processes, particularly in post-conflict recovery. However, the resolution goes beyond this observation. It firmly affirms that women are not only victims of conflict, but essential actors of peace. In line with United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325, the draft resolution calls on parliaments to move from recognition to action by institutionalizing the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women across all stages of peace processes, from negotiations to reconstruction and oversight. This is reflected throughout the structure of the text. First, in the area of institutions and governance, the resolution encourages parliaments to ensure that women are actively involved in legislative processes, transitional justice mechanisms, and oversight structures. This is key, ensuring that laws and policies reflect the realities and needs of all members of society. Second, in terms of economic recovery, the resolution highlights the importance of directing resources towards those most affected by conflict, including women, and ensuring that reconstruction efforts are inclusive and equitable. Third, in the dimension of social reconciliation, it emphasizes the need to support trauma-informed approaches and community-level dialogue, recognizing that women often play a central role in rebuilding trust and social cohesion at the local level. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, the resolution promotes inclusive political life by calling for concrete legal and institutional measures to remove barriers to women's participation in national dialogue so that they are effectively taking part in national dialogues, reconciliation processes, and public decision-making. This is not only a matter of equity, it is a matter of effectiveness. Peace processes that include women are more likely to be sustainable, legitimate, and resilient. This is because women often broaden the agenda beyond immediate power-sharing arrangements to include the root causes of conflict, social priorities, and the everyday realities of communities. Their participation helps ensure that peace agreements reflect the needs of society as a whole, which in turn builds public trust and ownership, thereby laying the essential foundation for lasting peace. Overall, this resolution sends a strong message. If we are serious about building a just and lasting peace, we must ensure that women are fully recognized, fully included, and fully empowered at every stage of the process. 'Thank you.
'Thank you very much, Madam President. And now we will listen to the speech of the Vice President of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, Ms. Fatma Aksel. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bedrich, for all the information you have given to us. Now, Ms. Sabo, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Honorable Chairperson and esteemed members of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. It is my honor to share with you today a few highlights in my capacity as rapporteur of the Standing Orders on Sustainable Development at the 152th IPU Assembly. The draft resolution before us on the theme is Building a Fair and Sustainable Global Economy, the role of parliaments in combating protectionism, reducing tariffs, and preventing corporate tax avoidance. The theme offers a timely opportunity to reimagine economic governance through a gender-responsive lens. Our task is clear: to ensure that the policies we shape do not merely aim for growth, but for inclusive and equitable growth. Honorable Chairperson, evidence consistently shows that women face disproportionate barriers to economic participation, from legal constraints and limited access to finance, to the enduring gender, digital divide, and gaps in trade literacy. Women remain at a structural disadvantage. Furthermore, women are overrepresented in informal and low-paid sectors, often lacking adequate social protection. As a result, they are more vulnerable to economic shocks, disruption in global trade, and the consequences of fiscal austerity. Therefore, parliaments, as custodian of public policy and accountability, have a central role to play in addressing these disparities. Firstly, we must promote gender-responsive fiscal and trade policies. This includes institutionalizing gender budgeting practices, ensuring that national budgets and tax systems are assessed for their differential impact on women and men. It also requires integrating gender provisions into trade agreements so that women entrepreneurs and workers can benefit equitably from market opportunities. Secondly, we must champion good practices that shield women from the adverse effects of economic disruptions. This includes supporting women-led enterprises through targeted access to credit, capacity building in trade literacy, and the use of public procurement policies that prioritize gender equality. Importantly, the correction and use of sex disaggregated data must be strengthened, as it is essential for informed and effective policy making. Thirdly, and not the least, we must strengthen social protection systems and legal frameworks. Comprehensive social protections such as maternity benefits, unemployment insurance, and pension schemes can mitigate the vulnerabilities faced by women in informal employment. Legal reforms must also address discriminatory laws that hinder women's full economic participation. Madam Chairperson, multinational corporations are responsible for an estimated 1/3 of global economic output, half of the world's exports, and almost 1/4 of global employment. However, an estimated 1.42 trillion US dollars of profit generated by such corporations is shifted into tax havens every year. This tax avoidance practice not only causes a loss of 348 billion US dollars a year in vital direct tax revenue, but also undermines state sovereignty, erodes the social contract, increases inequality within countries, and creates an even playing field for domestic operations who are unable to compete with their multinational competitors. Madam Chairperson, globalization and digitalization have inevitably provided the means by which multinational corporations can avoid their tax obligations and therefore circumvent contributing to the common good. Globalization makes tracing and documenting taxable profits difficult, enabling corporations to change their location and legal residence, and thus the former legal regime under which they operate. These practices are designated and facilitated by multinational accounting, assurance, and tax advice services. International and regional corporations are therefore central components of any efforts to combat tax avoidance practices, helping to ensure that these companies pay tax where their corporate income is delivered. Madam Chairperson, parliaments have a key role to play in addressing the challenges arising from global economic integration, including trade policy, protectionism measures, and corporate tax avoidance. Through these legislative, oversight, and budgetary functions, Parliament can promote transparent, fair, and equitable taxation, scrutinize trade and tax-related agreements, and ensure that national policies on trade, tariffs, and taxations are coherent and aligned with sustainable development objectives. They can do so in a number of ways, including by conducting independent inquiries into trade and tax treaties, and by working multilaterally with the United Nations, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, and other regional forums with a view to strengthening the design and implementation of such policies, as well as their contributions to inclusive growth, domestic resource mobilization, social cohesion, and the long-term legitimacy of the global economic system. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Savo, all the information you have given to us. Now we would like to very please if Ms. Belrich and Ms. Sabo could stay with us and join the groups. And now we are going to get into 2 groups and we'll have time, we'll discuss until 1:20. And for afternoon session, we'll be here in Crystal Ballroom at 2:30 p.m. sharp, please. Thank you. Thank you to all.
Okay, dear members, we're dividing in 2 groups now. Group 1 stays here, group 1, and group 2 goes in garden. My colleagues will guide you to garden.
So we will divide it into groups. So one, please follow colleague Graciela. They will be in the other group. Yes, and we will stay here. We will be talking about which group practices exist, ensuring meaningful participation of women and gender perspectives. Stay here, yeah.
Group 2, please, you can move now to garden. So my colleagues are there waiting for members who would like to join Group 2 on sustainable development.
Okay, we will start the group 1 because we don't have a lot of time. Yes. Okay, so I will start with the group 1. So we have 1 hour and 20 minutes to have participations for all the countries. So following the proposal of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, Ms. Rim Mashaoui, well, I will wait so everybody can decide their group. And okay, just an important announce. First, please, I need silence in the room so we can continue. Second, countries that want to participate, please give Graciela, that is here, the slips with the name of your country so we can have the participations, please. Graciela will be recollecting the slips. So you have like this. Give it to Graciela, please. Now I need silence so I can continue. If not, we don't have time for participations. So here. So I will continue. So it's a great pleasure to have here Graciela, please give all the sleeves that they want. If someone needs more, Graciela has the sleeves. Graciela, here, there. Okay. Please let me continue so we can go on time. So following the proposal of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, Ms. Rim Mashawi from Tunisia has been appointed as rapporteur of our discussion. So we both very much look forward to our debates today. I have no doubt that our discussions will be constructive and fruitful. So before I make a few introductory remarks, I would like to remind that those wishing to speak, please fill the sleeve and put it and give it to the team that is here so we can have the list for the participations. So as a start, let me remind you that some documents are available of IPU dedicated of the Assembly webpage and the Assembly app. You have also QR codes. And as you know, we will be discussing the subject item before the Standing Committee on Peace and International Security, the role of Parliament in establishing robust post-conflict management mechanisms and restoring a just and lasting peace. Our discussion today will aim at considering the gender dimension of this topic. The objective is to put together a set of proposals, gender amendments to have the resolution to be adopted. We may also decide to support amendments that have already been proposed in case they echo some of our concerns. These amendments will be considered by the Standing Committee during its debates. So we are ready for the interventions. Please, we need more silence in the room so we can listen our colleagues. And the intervention is what good practices exist in ensuring the meaningful participation of women and embedding gender perspective in peace buildings and post-conflict management. And also you can share what are you doing in your countries, in your assemblies. So the first country of talk, and I want to send a big hug to your country, is UAE. Sarah, you have the floor for 2 minutes, please.
Sure.
السيدات والسادة ترى الشعب
Ladies
البرلماني
and gentlemen, the UAE parliamentary delegation considers that it is important to include the following ideas to amend these practices. This is why the UAE suggest the following amendments. First, we think that it is important to include a new paragraph after paragraph number 11 that states that it is important to enhance responsibilities and roles between men and women post-conflict to build peace, including distribution of leadership and decision-making roles, as well as participating in responsibility. And in paragraph number 13, we suggest amendments making it incentivizing parliaments to build understanding through parliamentary partnerships through different political parties to mend the stereotypes in a way that will obstruct just participation between men and women, as well as enhancing division of responsibilities to rebuild the societies post-conflict and securing that the political transformation and political reforms take into consideration the needs and ambitions of the categories of the population that have suffered historically from violence and insecurity and instability. We think that this amendment is very important because post-conflict era is an opportunity to rebuild the society in a more fair way or in a fairer way. Thank you.
That will be Thailand, Mexico, Egypt, Zimbabwe. So, Thailand, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Madam Chairperson, delegates, and colleagues. My name is Picharat Lauhapongchana, Member of Parliament from Thailand. In every conflict, women are often seen as victims, but in reality, they are the ones holding family together, rebuilding trust, and keeping communities alive. And the evidence is clear. Peace agreements are significantly more likely to last when women are meaningfully involved. If we are serious about lasting peace, we must move beyond seeing women as beneficiaries and start recognizing them as builders of peace. Thailand would like to offer 3 practical actions. First, access to decision-making. Women must be at the table, not as a symbol, but as decision makers in negotiations, in parliament, and in rebuilding institutions. Second, real protection, both offline and online. Protection must go beyond policy. It must be enforced, especially to address rising risks in digital spaces. And third, targeted recovery and funding. Post-conflict recovery must reflect real needs, healthcare, education, and economic opportunity for women and vulnerable groups. And importantly, budget must follow these priorities. In Thailand, we have taken a step forward. In 2025, we launched our National Action Plan on Women, Peace, and Security to ensure women are part of conflict prevention, peace processes, and long-term recovery. Today, we call on all parliaments to move from commitment to implementation to ensure that national action plans are measured and delivered with real impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm just asking the people that is helping with the cameras if you can help us always focus the person that is talking, we will appreciate it so much. The next person that is talking. So now it will be Mexico, Egypt, Zimbabwe, Morocco, and Niger, and Chile. So Mexico, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Distinguidas presidentas, colegas
parlamentarians, parliamentary colleagues, international representatives, to be here between women parliamentarians from so many countries has a very deep meaning. We have the same commitment to keep driving from our parliaments equality, peace, and sustainable development, because each of us represents a history of struggle to see spaces that were closed for a long time. Where today women are not only present in parliaments, we are transforming public life. And when women come to these spaces, we do not arrive alone. We arrive with the voice of our communities, with the experience of people know what it means to care, to resist, and continue. In Mexico, we have made important progress. Parity has stopped being an aspiration, has become a constitutional principle, and the arrival of women to the presidency of the Republic also express a change of era in public life of our country. But this advancement mustn't be understood only as a national conquest. It has to be seen as part of a more broader conviction where women participate in decision-making and where democracy is strengthened, institutions become more representative, and public policies respond better to our society's realities. The world is going through some particularly complex times. Conflicts are being multiplied, inequality is becoming deeper, and women's and children's rights are experiencing setbacks. We must drive change. We have to defend equality, strengthen peace, and guarantee that no crisis, however deep it is, becomes a pretext to weaken rights. From Mexico, we sustain that there cannot be lasting peace without sustainable development and equality. And I would like to end with a conviction that many of us share. When a woman arrives, she opens up a path, but when women arrive together, we change history. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sanchez, Senator from Mexico. And now we have the floor, Egypt, for 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mrs. President. And I would like also to thank the Republic of Turkey and the Parliament of Turkey for hosting this important event. Allow me to speak in Arabic, please.
I think that the draft resolution is very important. And I think that the more important than this draft resolution is how we can commit to it and have a plan of action towards executing this resolution. Otherwise, it won't be meaningful. This is why women have to be an active participant in peace building and not just marginalize women. And this is why parliaments assume the responsibility of guaranteeing the participation of women in peace building and reconstruction, an integral part of the national policies. This is why the Egyptian parliament supports legislation that preserve and safeguard human rights and work towards women's participation in decision building and their participation in national reconciliation committees and reconstruction efforts. And the Egyptian parliament also supports policies that enhance women's societal participation. This is why it's very important to support women's participation in decision-making in post-conflict scenarios, and we need to assist other governments to intervene in reconstruction. This is why the Egyptian government has a holistic approach post-conflict based on the involvement of people coming from conflict areas within the societies without having camps. This enhances humanitarian integrity. We host many refugees from Sudan, Libya, Syria, and other countries. And women need to have basic services such as education. And we also involve them in public policies in Egypt. Egypt works with international organizations to support displaced people and migrants as well as refugees to fight human trafficking. And in conclusion, the success of the post-conflict era requires cooperation between legislations which take into consideration the legal protection of women as well as political and societal empowerment of women to build fairer and more peaceful societies where women are a main partner in building peace. Thank you.
Now, our speaker from Zimbabwe, 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, President. As women parliamentarians, we recognize that peace processes that exclude women risk undermining sustainable recovery and stability. Women and girls who are disproportionately affected by conflict are not just beneficiaries of peace, but key architects of it. Their participation strengthens institutions, promotes social cohesion, and builds resilient, just societies. Parliaments and women legislators in particular must lead in establishing conflict management mechanisms and monitoring peace-building efforts. Madam President, our parliament is a regional leader in promoting women's involvement in post-conflict management. Our constitution provides a strong legal framework, including independent commissions, such as the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission and the Zimbabwe Gender Commission, with gender balance ensured under Section 17 to support justice. Gender-based violence remains a major threat to peace and equality, guided by the National Gender Policy. Parliament is strengthening enforcement of the Domestic Violence Act and expanding survivor support services, including safe houses and one-stop centers, while allocating necessary resources. The broader National Development Strategy 2026-2030 further places peace, security, and good governance at the center of development, recognizing women's empowerment as key to the national resilience. Additionally, Parliament contributed to the National Action Plan under UN Security Council Resolution 1325, promoting women's participation in conflict prevention, peace building, and recovery. Parliaments play a critical role in sustaining peace through three main artificial roles. One, inclusive lawmaking that ensure representation of affected groups. Two, oversight of peace agreements and transitional justice process. And three, institutional reforms that strengthen democracy, rule of law, and accountability. These actions are essential to building trust, preventing relapse into conflict, and ensuring lasting peace. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, my dear speaker from Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, it's a pleasure to have you here, as always. Now is the turn to Morocco. You have 3 minutes, then Niger, and then Chile. Morocco, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I would like to greet all my colleagues present here. The Moroccan delegation has a firm conviction, which is women are not just the victims of violence and displacement, but they are the true makers of peace and social cohesion during post-conflict eras. This is why we think that this draft resolution needs a sterner wording and language to translate the safety and security of women into a lived reality. This is why we think that the post-conflict era should not be just an attempt to recover or to regain what was present before the crisis, but it is a historic opportunity to correct any gender injustice and to have good governance. This is why the Moroccan delegation suggests that we have good amendments for the standing committee binding women or excuse me, binding a different delegation for the participation of women in the negotiation tables and to establish transitional justice. So as a women parliamentarian network, we need to pressure into having a sterner language that will bind the governments to have a national action plan that dedicates enough resources for this cause. More importantly, if the world today is seeing a number of conflicts regarding interests, it is high time to crystallize a different type of consciousness. We need to be aware that women are the most valuable resource in this world because they are at least half of the power for reconstruction and change and to have alternatives so that the conflict today transforms into a real competition for economic empowerment for women and to have legitimization tool. Aren't we half of the world? Let us divide these resources equally. We need to put women in the heart of democracy and participation to transform democracy because they are valuable tools and they are not just victims. Thank you very much.
Member of Parliament from Morocco now. Niger has the floor for 2 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I consider this draft resolution to be very positive. And it's important for it to be transformed into a robust framework to encourage countries to develop strategies and particularly a multi-sector action plan to encompass all these mechanisms, legislative mechanisms, as well as operational mechanisms to manage and prevent gender and gender equality must be taken into consideration, and women must be enabled to participate at every level, whether it is at the central level and at the community and local level, where women are also affected. In Niger, the AES Federation is using violent extremism against the majority of the population. The worst impact is on women and children who are being displaced and are unable to access education because they're being displaced from their land and conflict zones. Their finances are also affected. And when it comes to reconstruction, we must consider the socioeconomic reintegration of these women, as well as psychological support for children and women, so that they can fit back into their communities and access education, healthcare, and land, because even their space itself, when people are forced to leave for several years, they must find space to live again. Thank you very much.
Chile has the floor for 3 minutes, then for 2 minutes, then Islamic Republic of Iran and Namibia. So Chile, Tiene la palabra.
Sí, acá. Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam President. When we talk about a gender perspective, I prefer to talk about equal opportunities, development, and cultural change. And this cultural change hasn't yet been achieved because despite all of the public policies and laws that have been put in place in Chile, for example, the quotas, 40% of the parliament must be women. But this result isn't being achieved in the elections. There isn't yet full awareness of the need to integrate the best people, and this people's gender isn't being considered. It should be based on merit. We have around 85 or 83% in the last government, and far left, and women's participation. There are issues that escape us. In ideological terms, there is little progress on women's protection. Through these laws, there isn't an effective progress as we would like to see. And we need to incorporate these laws into every segment of society to offer protection and opportunities to women. And we've been able to have a woman president of the Republic and women presidents in other spaces, but I am concerned by the underlying violence and abuse that thousands and millions of women are most likely suffering in the domestic space, in their families, and in the spaces where they carry out their daily lives, and this is not being addressed. Femicide hasn't declined. There's still a lot of violence against women and intrafamily violence. This cultural change that we would like to bring about has not yet been achieved. So I think that in public policy, there needs to be support and much more resources, material resources, to develop women's economic autonomy within the domestic space. It's much easier for violence to happen in the domestic space when women are not economically empowered. And the same goes for women's shelters and other protection networks. These must be reinforced so that there are resources available for women when they are abused or suffer violence. And these women's children also suffer domestic violence. This is something that we must address much more robustly at the global level.
Namibia has the floor for 2 minutes, then Lao, then Malawi. Namibia, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam President of the Women's Forum of IPU. Colleagues and delegates, I bring greetings from our beautiful land, Namibia, and wish to express gratitude to the IPU for convening this critical forum. My name is Iswaran Roy, Member of Parliament in the National Council, the upper house of Namibian Parliament. I come before you today from a nation that knows the heavy cost of silence and the transformative power of dialogue. In Namibia, our very independence was forged in the fires of liberation struggle, where women did not just wait for peace. We marched for it, fought for it, and negotiated for it. It was exactly 25 years ago. During Namibia's presidency of the UN Security Council, that we championed Resolution 1325. Just last year, we honored that legacy in Windhoek by adopting Windhoek 25 Declaration, reaffirming the women are not just bystanders in peace, but its primary architects. 25 years ago, in the halls of United Nations in New York, under the determined presidency of Namibia, the Security Council acknowledged a fundamental truth that cannot build a lasting peace while leaving women behind. UN Security Council Resolution 1325 was just not a piece of paper, it was a resolution. It gave us the 4 pillars: participation, protection, prevention, and relief that transform to transform women from victims of war into architects of peace. We have seen the data. We know that when women are at the negotiating table, peace agreements and 35% more likely to last. Today, my country, Namibia, has become a torchbearer of this mission. Namibia didn't just help pass the resolutions, they loved it. From the first National Action Plan to the historic Windhoek 25 Declaration, we have shown us that the women, peace and security agenda must evolve. However, work is far from over. While we have passed 9 follow-up resolutions from Security Council 1820, which recognize sexual violence as a weapon of war, to SCR 2467, which centers the rights of survivors. The gap between policy and practice remains wide. Women represents less than 10% of formal negotiators globally. As we reflect on this, let us remember that Resolution 1325 is a living mandate. It calls on us to find women-led organizations, to protect women human rights defenders, and to ensure that participation means more than just a seat at the table. It means a voice that is heard and that matters. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and congratulations because you have a female president just elected.
Thank you.
Now, Lau has the floor for 2 minutes, please.
Madam Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for the IPU and the Grand National Assembly of Turkey for convening this forum of women parliamentarians. I highly value the forum's vital role in promoting women's participation in parliamentary life and advancing parliamentary action for the gender equality. In this regard, parliaments should play an important responsibility for an attention to ensure that the rights and interests of women and girls are effectively protected and advanced in the real life. When women participate in decision-making, our society becomes more inclusive and responsive to the needs of the peoples. For the LAPDR, the advancement of women is closely linked to the policy of the national development, family well-being, social harmony, and community resilience. We have just successfully organized the general election for the 10th legislature in last February. As the result, it is the first time in the LAPDR that women have been elected as the members of National Assembly, composed almost 30% of 175 National Assembly members. The Lao National Assembly highly values cooperation with the IPU and with the fellow parliaments in promoting the role of women's participation. Let us work together to ensure that women and girls are fully empowered to continue to contribute to peace, development, and the future of our society. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member of Parliament from Laos. Malawi has the floor for 2 minutes, and then France, Veronique. But first, Malawi, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Dr. Catherine Muzumara from Malawi. I bring you greetings from the beautiful people of Malawi. Colleagues, behind every conflict, displacement, and violence, there is a mother who has lost a child, a young girl who has lost her future, and a woman who has lost her dignity, her home, and her voice. In all this devastation, women bear the heaviest burden. They face unspeakable violence that driven from their lands. They watch their children go hungry, without schools, without clinics, without hope. Honorable colleagues, this must break our hearts and it must move us to action. As parliamentarians, we've been given a sacred trust. We are the platforms for dialogue, the architects of laws, the guardians of oversight, but our law is empty if our laws are hollow. if we do not breathe into them a gender perspective that is real, that is raw, and that is relentless. Let us legislate for gender equality that pass laws that protect women from violence, that tear down the structures of exclusion, and that which build up the architecture of inclusion. And to let us allocate resources for women empowerment, because a woman who cannot feed her children cannot build peace. Give a woman her education. Give a woman her desired health care. Give her economic opportunity, and watch her rebuild a nation. Let us for a moment think of a woman in Israel and Palestine, standing between bullets, building dialogue from Rambo. Think of the mothers who have lost their sons, yet still reach across the enemy's line to say, it is enough. Their courage must not be just a footnote. It must be the foundation of our formal peace processes. Let me share a little of my own home.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Member of Parliament of Malawi. Now, Veronique Rioton from France, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would like to give France's contribution, which France, in its different amendments, has proposed to strengthen number 7 by qualifying the public that is affected by acknowledging the impact on women and young children, and also on disabled people who are marginalized, and these are mainly women. And so our proposal here is to ask the Women's Forum to support these amendments in order to protect women's rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Veronique Rioton, and respecting for the time. Now, Myanmar has the floor for 2 minutes, please.
Honorable Chair, distinguished colleagues, my name is Zima On, and Member of Parliament. I wish to raise a critical concern regarding the instrumentalizations of women in political strategies that undermine not only democratic movement, but also the foundation of post-conflict recovery and sustainable peace. Across different contexts, we are observing traveling patterns where women in public roles, including politicians, media figures, and influencers, are strategically positioned to discredit opposition voices or civic movement. In Myanmar, women have been at the forefront of pro-democracy movement and Spring Revolution against military rule and community resilience efforts despite severe risks. The manipulations of women's voices in this context undermine both democratic aspirations and pathways to sustainable peace. Independent women leaders, civil society actors, and women parliamentarians in exile must be recognized and protected. I respectfully propose that this forum to recognize and monitor gender political manipulations as a threat to both democratic integrity and sustainable peace, particularly in post-conflict and fragile settings, and integrate these concerns into the work of Inter-Parliamentary Union, particularly within its democracy, gender equality, and peace-building agenda. So in case of Myanmar, remind us that in times of crisis and transitions, women's political participations can be both powerful and vulnerable to distortions. So if we are to achieve sustainable peace, we must ensure that women remain genuine agents of democratic change, reconciliations, and resilience, not instruments of divisions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, Romania has the floor, then Bahrain, then Saudi Arabia, Kenya, and North Macedonia. So, Romania, you have the floor.
Dear colleagues, our meeting takes place in a period of major challenges for peace and security. Today, I would like to refer to the UN Security Council Resolution 1325/2000 on women, peace and security, available guide for our action toward the full, active and mindful participation of women in decision-making processes in times of conflict and post-conflict stabilization and reconstruction. Over the coming years, The state strategic priority should be to move the YPS agenda from commitment to implementation. That start first with stronger leadership, accountability, and monitoring, update national action plans, thank you. Clear institutional responsibility, regular reporting, measurable indicators, and parliamentary oversight. A second priority should be full, equal, and mindful participation of women at every level of peace and security decision-making, not just symbolic inclusion. A third priority is prevention and protection respond to today's threat environment. A fourth priority is predictable financing and institutional capacity. A fifth priority is stronger coordination across government, parliament, and civil society. Romania's own institutional model is useful here. Its national implementation group brings together the Ministry of National Defense, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Internal Affairs, Romanian Intelligence Service, Special Telecommunications Service, Protection and Guard Service, National Agency of Equal Opportunity, while also cooperating with parliamentary commission and civil society and academia. That kind of internal institutional structure helps prevent fragmentation and keep YPS linked to both operational practice and democratic oversight. So, to prevent stagnation and renew moment, the YPS agenda needs accountability, participation, prevention, protection, financing, and cross-sector coordination, all translated into a measurable national system, not left at the level of declaration. Dear colleagues, parliamentary support is essential for implementation of the UN Women, Peace and Security Agenda, and I believe that the Forum of Women Parliamentarians is the best place to mobilize the support, which depends very much on a stronger engagement of women parliamentarians in defense and security matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bahrain. Hala, Ms. Hala, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President.
The international experiences have shown that the post-conflict eras witness the inequality aspects that were there before the conflicts, and even they deepen these aspects, especially against women and girls, because in many cases women are marginalized and are excluded from reconstruction and decision-making processes, even though they were at the forefront of being impacted by the conflicts and the most able of diagnosing the needs of the society. From a gender perspective, we need for the draft resolution to include express decisions and provisions that would guarantee the inclusion of women in the post-conflict management, including the construction of a peace, transitional justice, national reconciliation, reconstruction, psychological and economic recovery. We would want for this draft resolution to provide for the importance of adopting national legislations and policies that would take into consideration the impact of the conflict on women and girls, especially there should be also provisions against the gender violence. There should be an accountability, a fight against impunity, and also there should be social psychological services provided for the survivors. And the draft resolution should call for a gender analysis in the planning and funding of the post-conflict programs while allocating necessary resources for the empowerment of women economically and for enhancing their participation in the public life and decision making. And we want for the draft resolution to include a clear oversight role by the parliaments in following up on the implementation of the relevant international commitments. Parliaments should make sure that the gender perspective is included in the general budgets, as well as the reconstruction programs and the economic recovery programs, because the absence of any gender justice in distributing the resources after the conflict is one of the main factors for tensions and for undermining peace opportunities. Thank you for your kind attention.
for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Cynthia. From the standpoint of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, supporting global post-conflict peace building is not limited to enduring violence. It is about, number one, restoring state legitimacy and helping in rebuilding institutions and trust, as well as enabling socioeconomic recovery and preventing relapse into the conflict. Saudi Arabia's approach in supporting global post-conflict management is anchored in stability first, diplomacy, as well as respect for sovereignty and development as a peace tool and mediation and recounseling initiatives. We also give a great importance to protecting women and children, as we see it not only as a humanitarian obligation, but a strategic investment in global peace stability. Our key priorities are providing safe shelters for displaced women and children in harmed countries, having access to food, water, education, and healthcare, as well as protection from violence, trafficking, and exploitation. We also understand that conflict often disrupts education, especially for girls. Therefore, great importance is given to rebuilding schools and safe learning spaces and accelerated education programs for children who missed years of schooling, and giving scholarships and incentives for girls' education. This in turn will reduce child marriage and prevents recruitment into harmful groups and builds long-term economic resilience. Post-war conflict also breeds psychological and mental health issues. Therefore, we stress the importance of trauma counseling and rehabilitation. Economic exclusion is a major barrier to recovery. Therefore, vocational training and microfinancing should be provided, and support for women-led businesses, and ensuring access to employment opportunities, which will reduce dependence and vulnerability and strengthen household and community resilience. Women must be a part of solutions, not just recipients of aid. Therefore, women should be included in peace negotiations and local governances, and we should support women's civil societies and engagements.
So
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Rima, now Kenya has the floor, 2 minutes, please. And then would be North Macedonia, Jordan, Islamic Republic of Iran, Ghana, and Canada.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, Kenya is a key actor in international peace building, regional peace building, and local community-led mediation for conflict resolution. Whereas most of the wars and conflicts are triggered by men, the higher impacts are on women and children, whether as victims or the carriers of the burden of the consequences of conflict in society. The design of the peace building and conflict resolution strategies in the past years have largely been masculine. But thanks in Kenya to the Constitution of Kenya, now we have a framework that actually has a provision that requires that not more than 2/3 of either gender be members of any institution that is set up. As a result of this, beyond the policies that we have on conflict resolution, Kenya has key institutions dealing with peace building and conflict resolution, including the National Cohesion Commission, the National Defense College, the National Steering Committee on Peace Building. And all of this and others must actually have not more than 2/3 of either gender. Women will therefore be at the decision-making table in Kenya. But next for the parliamentarians is to treat conflict, which includes GBV, as a safety and security issue to be included, not just when there is conflict, to be included in police and defense trainings, in internal security ministries and planning and budgets, and peace building to be integrated in the GBV support mechanisms in all conflict resolution mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now is North Macedonia for 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Albana Pasholi from North Macedonia. Distinguished colleagues, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our hosts for their warm hospitality and excellent organization. We are meeting at a moment of great urgency. Today, the world is witnessing a paradox of progress and peril. While we celebrate decades of hard-won advancements in gender equality, we are simultaneously facing a resurgence of global instability. The data is clear and sobering. As of 2026, over 676 million women and girls live in the shadow of deadly conflicts. Conflicts are always a test for the resilience of our societies and our institutions. North Macedonia not only is a new democracy, but has also been an example that a conflict can be resolved and concluded with a peace agreement called the Ohrid Peace Agreement. But unfortunately, in the past 2 years, the current government has used harmful strategies to underestimate and to threaten the existence of this agreement, which puts the fate of all citizens, including women and girls, in a dissatisfying position. It is true that in 2024, North Macedonia elected the first woman president, but is it enough to be a woman in such an important leading position if you fail to represent fairly and unbiased the citizens, all the citizens of your country? It is also true that we are holding over 40% of parliamentary seats, but we fail to have women representing in ministerial seats and the government. Therefore, to respect the time, I would like to conclude with a very simple message. Women and girls need our actions more than our words, and let us not keep them waiting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jordan, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Your Excellency. صاحبة السعادة رئيسة منتدى البرلمان.
Excellency, head of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, Excellencies, representatives of the parliaments of the world, allow me to convey my salutations to all of you. Let me tell you that peace is not just a dream, it is an ethical and human necessity. The world as a whole and our region will not know a bright future until there's equity, until there's justice. Peace is something that we all should be striving for. Peace for the world is not a secondary choice. It is a prerequisite for a meaningful world, for the protection of children against wars, so that the dream would not become a luxury, and so that life would not be just a mere wait for deferred survival. So let us replace wars by understanding, by peace, and let us create new horizons that would be serving the dignity of human beings all over the world. So I'll be now telling you about Jordan, which is attaching a great importance for the empowerment of women, for enhancing their roles in managing crises, be it at the level of the family, at the economic or societal levels, especially within the framework of the implementation of the national plan for activating the UN Security Council Resolution 1325, peace, security, and women. And in fact, in Jordan, we do work through our national institutions, such as the Center for Security and Crisis Management, in collaboration with some women organizations. I have some solutions that might be very efficient for all of us. First, there has to be national action plans for response that would be provided by the state in collaboration with the humanitarian organizations, women organizations, and civil society organizations, which might enrich this work. Also, there should be a fight against violence in order to enable women to reach their objectives with confidence and dignity. There should be women organizations to enhance the role of women and their participation. And there should be also shelters for people, for women survivors of violence.
Thank you so much. Ghana, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Distinguished Chairperson, on behalf of the delegation from the Ghana Parliament, I wish to express my appreciation to the Inter-Parliamentary Union for convening this important parliamentary meeting. Achieving parity in decision-making is central to inclusive democracy when women participate fully in leadership and governance. Policy becomes more responsive to the needs of society. Structure and cultural barriers, however, still limit women's participation in politics and public life in many parts of the world. Working together will help encourage and bring more women on board. Ghana has 14.5 women in parliament, and as chairperson of Women Caucus in Parliament, we are working hard to increase the number. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for the opportunity.
We love you because you respect so much the time. Thank you, Ghana. Islamic Republic of Iran, please.
Thank you. بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. همکاران محترم، من امروز به نمایندگی از زنان سرزمینم اینجا هستم و برای تک به تک شما آرزوی آرامش و امنیت دارم. امنیتی و آرامشی که در 28 فوریه همین امسال از زنان سرزمین من، از کودکان سرزمین من در پی تجاوز ناجوان مردانه رژیم امریکا و رژیم اسرائیل سلب شد. من امروز با پوست و گوشت و خون خودم درک میکنم حمله نظامی و صدای وحشتناک بمب‌ها چه بلایی رو سر آرامش زنان سرزمینم داره میاره.
So we have to see the impact of the bombing and the attack that women are going through. In fact, we are seeing the attacks against women and children, and this is unfortunate. What we are suffering from in Iran is unfortunate. The women in Iran are suffering a lot, and they are people who are educated, people with dignity, and they've been suffering a lot because of this war that has been waged on Iran. There are thousands of people who are holding sovereign positions in the country, but today women in Iran are not living in peace and security. Madam Chair, the Islamic Republic of Iran, as well as all of the women in Iran, and I do represent them, are suffering because of this war that has been waged on us. Victims are falling because of this war. Women and girls are suffering. I would like to call upon you who are pretending to defend human rights, to defend us. In fact, in this draft resolution, we have to condemn all the crimes that are being committed by Zionists and by Americans. And this is the least we can do in this draft resolution.
Thank you, Madam President, and a big thank you to our host, Turkey. The draft resolution before us demonstrates a clear and welcome recognition of the importance of gender perspectives in post-conflict contexts. This recognition is essential given the central role that women play as both those disproportionately affected by the conflict and as agents of sustainable peace. We are all regrettably too aware of the UN's data on this issue. In 2024, there were 676 million women living within 50 kilometers of a deadly conflict, the highest recorded number since the 90s. Women are also more vulnerable to other risks, such as acute poverty, food insecurity, domestic violence, as well as limited education and employment opportunities, which can compound the effects of conflict. About 4 times more women, 258%, were killed in 2023-24 than in the previous 2 years. The draft resolution appropriately situates the understanding with established international frameworks, including Women, Peace and Security Agenda, and it reflects it through provisions that encourage the meaningful participation of women in the peace processes, reconciliation efforts, and parliamentary oversight. In doing so, the text aligns with the broad international consensus that inclusive approaches are fundamental to the effective and lasting post-conflict recovery. However, I would like to propose that the rapporteurs consider amending operative paragraph number 7 to read as follows: calls upon parliaments to prioritize conflict-affected populations, particularly women. While the resolution places particular emphasis on women's participation and representation, which are critical entry points, we also know the integration of gender perspectives across areas such as economic reconstruction, institutional reform, and broader recovery policies are essential and not as consistently put into practice. In conclusion,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Salma. Ukraine, Lesia, you have the floor, dear Lesia, for 2 minutes. For 2 minutes, please.
Thank you so much. Dear colleagues, I speak today as a woman and as a member of Ukrainian parliament, a country where war has made the question of reconciliation deeply personal for millions of women and families. For Ukrainian women, this war is fought not only on the battlefield, but in homes, hospitals, and communities. We strongly support this resolution and believe that it should clearly affirm that sustainable peace cannot exist alongside aggression or occupation. For women in Ukraine, peace without the restoration of sovereignty is not peace. It is prolonged insecurity and fear. We have been particularly concerned by systematic attacks on civilian infrastructure, energy, heating, and water systems, which disproportionately affect women and children. When electricity is cut, it is women who must find ways to care for the children, for the elderly, and the sick. Accountability is equality critical. Reconciliation cannot come at the expense of justice. Women must see that crimes, especially conflict-related sexual violence and the forced deportation of children, are recognized and prosecuted. In this regard, I call all states and parliaments to join and actively support the Special Claims Commission for Ukraine, as well as the Register of Damage. Also, women must be at the center of recovery and decision-making. Reconstruction, reparation, and transnational justice must be inclusive and responsible to gender-specific harms. At the same time, we must all be bold in ensuring accountability and protection of rights. And in this case, I would like to emphasize on the strengthened cooperation with the International Criminal Court and joining the treaty of the establishment of a tribunal for the aggression against Ukraine. Also, I would like kindly ask you to support our amendment to the paragraph 7, where we would like to emphasize the role of women. And we propose this paragraph in this redaction calls upon parliaments to prioritize conflict-affected population, particularly women, in national reconstruction and international financing for recovery and assistance budgets.
Thank you so much. Now I will mention some countries. I will have the floor for 1 minute so we can close. So chat, 1 minute, please. Chat, yes.
Madame la Présidente, Madame, Messieurs les parlementaires.
Madam President and dear colleagues, in Chad, we strongly believe that cultivating hope for future generations, for equality between men and women, is very important. It's a prerequisite for peace and justice. Our country has made significant progress based on a robust legal framework, which enshrines equality between citizens. We have a law on nomination, which imposes a minimum of 30% of women in our parliament, and this has become a concrete obligation. Today, 44% of the National Assembly are women, and it's 33% in the government. So this exceeds the legal objective. We've also created a ministry for women and a permanent assembly to adopt laws on violence against women. The electoral code creates women's shelters. We know that there are still challenges linked to socio-cultural and economic factors, access to education, healthcare, credit, and violence against women.
Second round in the afternoon. In the afternoon, you can have the floor again. These 4 participations, we do it 1 minute because we have to go. We have to leave the floor. Yes. Republic Democratic of Congo, if you don't want to do it now for 1 minute, you can go in the afternoon. Republic Democratic of Congo?
Yes.
Okay.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm speaking on behalf of the Democratic Republic of Congo. So on this topic, I would like to congratulate the efforts made on conflict management and re-establishing peace. I would also like to praise our government's promotion of positive masculinity at every level of decision-making. However, the situation in terms of sexual violence against women is worsening in the east of the country. We call for the immediate implementation of all Security Council resolutions in order to restore lasting peace and to implement a strategic plan to enable these women who are continuing to suffer sexual violence to return safely to their homes. We are planning to develop a plan.
We can continue also in afternoon. Yeah. Cambodia for 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to propose amendments to Operative Paragraph 7 as follows. Calls upon parliaments to prioritize conflict-affected populations, particularly women, men, girls and boys, and other vulnerable groups, in national reconstruction and international financing for recovery and assistance budgets by allocating sustained resources to restoring livelihoods, rebuilding essential services and infrastructure, demining and clearance of explosive remnants of war, providing gender-responsive capacity building, supporting inclusive reintegration initiatives for displaced persons and ex-combatants, and ensuring that reconstruction programs reflect the diverse needs, rights, and perspectives of all affected communities while promoting the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women in all stages of recovery and peace building. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Now is Tanzania from 1 minute, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. United Republic of Tanzania, under the good leadership of Her Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, our strong lady president, launched in August 2025 National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security. And this very plan speaks about prevention of violence, whereby we have free local call. Whosoever thinks there is a violence somewhere, they can call. But under Her Excellency, Dr. Samia, we have Mama Samia Legal Aid. This is free legal aid for all women in United Republic of Tanzania, and our population is around 65 million. But also we have local level engagement to combat violence and promote culture of peace. In every local government, 25% in the village government must be women. But the role of parliamentarian, and some of us are here, is to make sure all the laws approved and amended by our National Assembly is having a gender equality sensitivity, including free education in the country, universal health for all, focusing on women's participation also in conflict areas, conflict resolution, prevention, and post-conflict recovery. So under the good leadership of Her Excellency Dr. Samia, every district council is setting almost 10% of its income to make sure women are given free loan. And this includes youth as well. So I thank you very much for this opportunity, and I want to assure this very important IPU conference that Tanzania is very safe under Her Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, our lady strong president. Thank you very much. I beg to submit.
Big hug to Mrs. Samia. We are ready to go to Tanzania. We finish with Mexico 1 minute, please.
Buenas tardes, querida presidenta.
Good afternoon, dear President.
Sorry, la senadora Simei tiene la palabra y está registrada para la tarde.
Senator, sorry, you've been registered. You've registered to speak this afternoon. Thank you, parliamentarians from around the world. Mexico not only proposes measures, it also takes action. With our first female president, she is on the same level as major powers, and she is bringing about justice and peace. She represents many Mexican women. We have finally achieved equality. In Mexico, we have we say among individuals and among nations that respect is a foundation for peace. So the percentage of women in our national chambers has become something crucial for achieving justice and peace. And we are making that happen here. We have 13 women governors, and in other strategic positions, our national prosecutor, our director of the central bank. We say democracy in Mexico is goes hand in hand with change, and politics must be feminist. Long live women around the world. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator.
With all the persons that require our participation, thank you so much. And it will be a second session. We begin 2:30 until 5. And you have the opportunity to participate again. Thank you so much and have a good lunch.
Yeah, I'm going to introduce all and then. Ms. Petra Bayer, President of the Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe and Member of Parliament of Austria. Ms. Belen Sanchez Luke, Regional Director of Europe and Central Asia of UN Women. Ms. Emily Misola Richard, Legal Advisor at the International Committee of the Red Cross, part of the International Red Cross and Red Crescent Movement. Thank you all having accepted our invitation to join our panel. Let me begin by giving the floor to Ms. Meryem Gökhan. Ms. Gökhan, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear excellencies, distinguished guests, first of all, it is a great pleasure for us to welcome you to Istanbul. Now, we are meeting at a time of heightened uncertainty and overlapping crises with wars and conflicts threatening peace, intensifying rivalries, and placing multilateralism on the strain. So we are also facing a transforming global order where conflicts are becoming more frequent and complex. However, the rules-based international order is increasingly failing to deliver and often falls short of addressing today's challenges. So we are entering a period where might makes right rather than one where the right is strong. So we are really deeply concerned about this. These developments are deepening vulnerabilities, particularly for women and girls. The reality is that we do not suffer from a lack of frameworks. The Women, Peace, Security Agenda, initiated by the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325, together with CEDAW and other international mechanisms, provides a strong normative foundation. The commitments exist, the principles are clear, but when we look at the situation on the ground, a very different picture emerges. For a displaced woman, international law often remains distant. For a girl forced out of school, rights become abstract. And for a woman facing violence, protection mechanisms are often too slow or simply out of reach. This is where the main gap lies. We have a strong global framework, but not an equally strong reality of implementation. For Turkey, this is not a theoretical observation. This is why our approach to women and girls is built around three core priorities. First one is protection, ensuring access to healthcare, education, and social services and preventing violence. Second one is empowerment, recognizing women as active participants in economic and social life. And three, participation, that means ensuring women's involvement in peace processes and decision-making. For nearly 15 years, we have been among the world's leading refugee hosting countries, hosting close to 4 million refugees, including approximately 2.3 million Syrians under temporary protection, largely financed through our national resources. And in this context, we place particular emphasis on dignity, inclusion, and empowerment, especially for women and children. Dear friends, in line with the developments and ongoing stabilization efforts in Syria, we support the voluntary, safe, and dignified return of Syrians in cooperation with the UNHCR, with approximately 470,000 returns monitored to date. However, this effort requires genuine international burden sharing. Host countries must not be left alone to carry this responsibility. At the same time, we must be clear, women are among those most affected by conflict, yet remain among the least represented in peace processes, despite being indispensable to peace building and dialogue. This contradiction cannot persist if we are serious about achieving sustainable peace. This is precisely where parliaments have a critical role to play. We are not merely lawmakers, we shape budgets, exercise oversight, and set political priorities. Therefore, we must ensure that laws are not only adopted, but are practical and enforceable, allocate resources in a way that genuinely responds to the needs of women and girls, and ensure that these policies make a real difference on the ground. Distinguished colleagues, looking ahead, we believe three priorities should guide our efforts: translating commitments into measurable action, ensuring meaningful participation of women in decision-making, and strengthening preventive policies before crises escalate. At the same time, we cannot ignore the ongoing crisis unfolding before our eyes. Today, nowhere are double standards more visible than in Gaza. Gaza is not merely a tragedy, it's a genocide and a profound legal and moral collapse. And this is not limited to Gaza. From Lebanon to Iran, we are witnessing escalating tensions and instability, and once again, it's women and girls who are among the most affected. Selective exemptions and identity-based applications of international law are eroding its global credibility. And we see clearly a dehumanizing of Palestinians. Women and children are enduring conditions that challenge human dignity, deprived of basic necessities, displaced and living under constant threat. From a gender perspective, the issue is not only the scale of suffering, but also the inconsistency of the response. If we are to defend women's rights as universal values, we must do so everywhere, without distinction, without silence, because women are not only participants, they are drivers of lasting peace and resilience. Allow me to conclude with one simple point. In a world where the rights of women and girls are weakened, no progress can truly be sustained. Thank you very much and enjoy your stay in Istanbul.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Göka, for illustrating how parliamentary action can respond concretely to the needs of women and girls affected by the conflict. Now, I have the pleasure of giving the floor to Ms. Petra Bayer. Ms. Bayer would be grateful to hear your reflections on the protection of women, human rights defenders in conflict-affected contexts, and their role in post-conflict settings, including in the light of your work in the related PACE Resolution 2554. Thank you very much. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. And good afternoon, everybody. I'm really happy to be here with you today. And why are we here today? I think we are not here today to describe a problem. We are here today because we are facing a systematic failure. As conflicts increase globally and women's and girls' rights are not just affected, they are being deliberately undermined. In too many contexts, we see exactly the same patterns. Sexual violence used as a weapon of war, access to healthcare and education cut down, women pushed out of public life, and those who resist, women human rights defenders, are targeted, criminalized, forced into silence or into exile. And this is not a collateral damage, it is strategy. It is a war against women and girls that is going on. From Afghanistan, where women are being erased from society, to conflict zones across Europe, the Middle East, and far beyond, the message is quite clear. Controlling women's bodies, voices, and rights is being used as a tool of power, not of our power, of their power. And yet, despite this reality, women are still excluded from peace negotiations. And that's our second failure. We know exactly what the barriers are. Discriminatory norms, lack of political will, security risks, and chronic underfunding of women-led organizations. But let us be honest. there are no technical obstacles. There are political choices, and they come at a cost. As the author of not that only report that was mentioned, but of 3 reports, one on conflict-related sexual violence in 2023, another one on protecting women human rights defenders in 2024, and an urgent one on women's rights in Europe, progress and challenges in 2025, I indeed know what I'm speaking about. When women are excluded, peace processes are weakened. Agreements are less sustainable, societies remain more fragile. We do not need any more evidence on that. We simply need different decisions. So what is our role as parliamentarians? And I will echo Miriam in some of what she already said, because indeed, first of all, we legislate. And that means we must ensure that legal frameworks, they are not neutral, but they must be protective. And that means that we need for the full implementation of the Istanbul Convention, which is a Council of Europe convention and the gold standard of protecting legally women from sexual violence, from domestic violence. That also means that criminalizing conflict-related sexual violence must be effective, and repealing laws that restrict the work of human rights defenders must not exist anymore. Second, we hold the power to account. And oversight is not just a formality, it's indeed a leverage. We must demand the implementation of women's rights and security commitments. We must insist on accountability for attacks against women human rights defenders, and we must ensure that international human rights obligations are not selectively applied. And third, we decide on resources. And here I think that the gap between rhetoric and reality is the most visible one. If protection mechanisms are underfunded, they fail. If women's organizations are underfunded, they disappear. And if essential services are underfunded and thus weakened, women pay the price. Budgets are political documents, and they are not per se gender neutral. So that's why gender budgeting is so important. Budgets must reflect our realities and our needs. They are political goals and priorities written in numbers. So from our own experience, what works? We know that when women are meaningfully included, peace agreements last longer. We know that when women human rights defenders are supported, societies are more resilient. We know that when access to healthcare, justice, and education is preserved, even in conflicts, recovery is faster and more sustainable. The problem is not a lack of solutions. It is a lack of scale and of consistency. So let me be clear about our strategic priorities going forward. First, we need implementation, not repetition. We do not need any new commitments. We just need to deliver the ones which are already here. Second, protecting women human rights defenders is a political priority, not as an afterthought or not as a side program, but as a core element of democratic societies. Third, mandatory inclusion of women in peace process, and not only in peace process, in all processes wherever decisions are made. And it's not a question of symbolic participation, but it's really a decision about who is having power and who makes the decisions. And fourth, of course, resisting backlash. Because what we are seeing today is not just conflict, it is a coordinated pushback against gender equality itself. So, dear colleagues, this is one final point I would like to make. Women in conflicts are too often portrayed as victims. But in reality, they are negotiators, they are mediators, they are first responders, and they are community leaders. They hold societies together when institutions collapse. The question is not whether women are ready to lead. The question is whether our political elites are ready to share power. As women, member of parliaments, as legislators, as budget holders, as watchdogs, we cannot remain on the sidelines. If we are serious about peace, about security, about democracy, then women's rights are not a separate issue. They are the litmus test of a sustainable global future and a society that leaves no one, and really no one, behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Bayer, for your valuable contributions. Now I give the floor to Ms. Belden Sanch-Luke, Regional Director of Europe and Central Asia of UN Women. We would be very pleased to hear your perspective on the women's participation in peace processes and on the importance of ensuring that women's violences are fully included in peace building and recovery effort.
Teşekkürler. Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members of parliament from across the world and from this region, panelists who we have heard and are going to hear. Thank you very much for inviting UN Women, a very close partner of the IPU, to this very important discussion. And thank you for focusing the discussion on such an important issue as how conflicts that are emerging and deepening across the world and the region are affecting deeply women, and what are the solutions to address the root causes of this escalation. So I would like to start by highlighting, as it's been done before, that the situation of women and girls in conflict and in post-conflict settings is a reality impossible to ignore, as it's already been clearly said. The gap between existing international frameworks and commitments to the reality that millions of women and girls live in their daily lives is a gap that we really need to address seriously. The data we have speak on its own. In 2023 alone, over 170 armed conflicts affected approximately over 600 million women and girls in the world. Of course, these are not just numbers, it's the lives of women and girls and their whole families and communities. We know that sexual violence increased by 50% only in that year. And of course, the situation is not declining, but mounting, as we see that we are not able, as a humanity, to stop wars and conflicts. In Ukraine alone, 90% of over 7 million displaced people are women who have the burden of taking care of families and finding solutions in the middle of crisis. And the data we have on the escalation on the Middle East crisis and war is telling us a very dire situation for women and girls. Not only girls that have been killed in Iran, but also hundreds of women and girls that have been across the region affected. Girls and women who have not had the opportunity to access basic services and protection so that their lives can be ensurely protected, but also the risks of violence in many different fronts are really addressed. As it has been said, we need to increase protection and ensure that women have safe access to services. But let's go to the center of this. The most important prevention that we can do of gender inequalities and violence against women is to prevent conflicts and war. And so today we call again for all efforts we can do as a humanity to prevent the escalation of conflict and to find peaceful solutions. In this regard, progress on gender equality and women's rights and security is not only slowing down, but is actually deepening. And as it's been said before, we are finding very clear expressions of backlash on gender equality, on questioning of the gains that we have made for women and girls. So the question is not whether women should be included, but also, and most importantly, what it takes to ensure that what we have learned and the evidence we have generated can become a reality in our societies for women and girls. And here is where the parliaments play a very important role as a very important mechanism within the states that are represented here as well. So we must place, first of all, women and girls at the center of conflict prevention, but also in peace-building efforts and recovery. We must strengthen protection and also accountability of the mechanisms that as humanity we have put in place. And thirdly, we must close the implementation gap between the commitments and the action. So let me address one of the key challenges we are observing in order to become or transform these three actions into a reality. Policy choices are deeply affecting the progress on the Sustainable Development Goals investment. The Financing for Sustainable Development report in 2026 sends a stark warning. It highlights that global financing for development is under growing pressure, and an estimation of $4 trillion annual financing gap are currently existing for realizing the SDGs, who are ahead only 4 years of us. The reduction is proportional to a significant increase, as we know, in military expenditure. Between 2020 and 2024, military expenditure in the region tripled. At the same time, women's organizations, including in countries across the region, face shrinking resources, and this has a direct implication for the women, peace, and security agenda. The ongoing conflicts, including in the Middle East, are placing additional pressure on women organizations, but also on public budgets. And as a result, the investments on gender equality to have access to health, to education, to protection, and to key development indicators are under pressure. So the increasing volatility and fragmentation in global financial systems are undermining the predictable financing for gender equality. So our call today is to really turn these commitments we have all been able to achieve to a reality, and to call to you, parliamentarians, to support an accelerated action in this regard. You all play a decisive role in translating these commitments into action. And in this regard, we are calling in particular, first of all, to ensure that policy coherence is integrated by ensuring that women, peace, and security commitments become a reality into national legislation, into normative frameworks in countries, and so that security and defense sectors oversight include gender equality provisions. Secondly, to strengthen gender-responsive budgeting and to ensure that the decisions at the legislative level are accompanied by the adequate resources to become a reality. Thirdly, to increase women's representation and leadership, including the leadership you are showing in your different countries, and the very important efforts that the Inter-Parliamentary Union is already undertaking. Fourthly, to exercise robust oversight, a very important role that parliaments have in your different countries, so that public spending trends can ensure that the adequate financing for gender equality and women's rights and protection are a priority. And finally, but not least important, to ensure that robust evidence is continuously gathered so that we can ensure increased documented evidence about gender-based violence in any of the corners of the world where conflict is on the rise. To close, I would like to highlight the scale and urgencies of today's crisis that demand more than incremental change. They require clarity of vision and courage in action. It requires collective action of all of us. It is an inclusive, rights-based, and sustainable peace, or one driven by militarization and short-term vision. What is the future we want to ensure for our new generations? So we hope that the choices made now are the right choices to ensure the protection and leadership of women as part of the solution to the crisis we are facing. And in this regard, we are convinced, as the evidence highlights, that the women, peace, and security agenda provide a very clear pathway toward a human-centered, inclusive, and rights-based peace. When women are included, their rights are protected, their leadership is recognized, and peace becomes stronger, more just, and more enduring for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Luke, for your important contributions. I now invite our final panelist, Ms. Emily Misola Richard, legal advisor at the International Committee of the Red Cross, to take the floor. We would be very interested to hear your insights on the International Red Cross's work on the international humanitarian law and sustainable peace, and the relevance of the incorporating a gender perspective as a precondition for their success.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, thank you very much for this opportunity to present the ICRC's perspective on international humanitarian law, gender, and the path to peace, and indeed for convening this very important discussion today. And this matters because armed conflict magnify inequalities with impacts that on women and girls that reverberate across generations. In conflict settings, we see women dying while they give birth under unsafe conditions. Girls are frequently absent from schools at much higher rates than boys, and often forced into marriages as families struggle to survive. Women often have fewer financial resources to cope with injury, with property damage, or loss of income, and face barriers to accessing healthcare. And finally, sexual violence remains endemic, destroying lives and dignity. The numbers that were presented just before are harrowing. And these harms, let us be clear, they're not incidental. They are predictable consequences of gender inequality in war. And they are warning bells. The greater the inequality, the greater the instability and the risk of conflict. Gender equality is not a nice add-on to peace building. It is a marker of peace and security. Peace becomes achievable only when everyone is equally respected, free from harm, and able to access economic opportunities. As many of you know, in 2000, the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 established an influential framework for action on women, peace, and security, often shortened to the WPS agenda. But what is sometimes overlooked is that IHL is actually embedded within all 10 UN Security Council WPS resolutions. It features primarily in three ways. First, the resolutions call on states to respect and implement IHL that protect women and girls. There are provisions that really add protection to women and girls. Second, call on states to prevent and respond to sexual and gender-based violence, which is also derived from IHL obligations. And third, the resolutions emphasize the responsibility of states to prosecute war crimes, which obviously includes sexual violence. In addition, another little known fact is that IHL features in a number of WPS national action plans adopted by states. Again, these commitments that exist, of the 93 plans that the ICRC has assessed for the 2024 report, IHL and Gender Perspectives in the Planning and Conduct of Military Operations, we counted 43 national action plans that contain at least one express reference to IHL, and 29 contain clear commitments really related to IHL. And these substantive IHL-related content of the national action plans can be grouped in four categories. One, the prevention and the investigation and prosecution of sexual and gender-based violence. Two, the promotion, dissemination, implementation of IHL. Three, express references to IHL in training, more specifically. And finally, a commitment to applying a gender perspective to IHL. Yet, so these are the commitments that we have found, but yet too often we see that women remain absent or a minority among the decision makers conducting war. Despite the deadly and disproportionate impacts of conflict on women, gender is often relegated as an afterthought, perceived as unpalatable or perhaps even irrelevant in rooms where there is the urgencies of war that are being addressed. But what happens before, during, and after conflicts, and during conflict directly shapes its outcome. If women are excluded from the labor market, denied health care when wounded or sick, forced to live with the scars of sexual violence, or impoverished by war, how do we expect them to take their seat at the table when peace is negotiated? It is therefore vital that women are not just present to make up the numbers, but empowered, really empowered, to represent their communities meaningfully. Respect for IHL means respect for dignity equally. And while IHL's principle of non-discrimination is clear, effective implementation requires, as my distinguished co-panelists have already mentioned, resources, expertise, and political will. And this, I agree, this is where the gap lies. And this is precisely why the ICRC, together with 6 founding states, has launched the Global IHL Initiative to elevate respect for IHL as a political priority worldwide and to close the gap between commitments and realities. Consultations are underway across the 7 thematic work streams to identify concrete recommendations, and one focuses on IHL and peace, exploring how is it that IHL, respect for IHL, can consolidate fragile transitions and then reduce relapse into conflict. These conflicts are ongoing, these consultations are ongoing, but a draft outcome has already been circulated, structured around the conflict cycles before, during, and after hostilities. It's expected to be finalized by the end of the year. Discussions to date have highlighted the need for inclusive mediation approaches, particularly to address the protection needs of women, minorities, and other groups facing specific risk. States have reaffirmed the critical role women play in shaping inclusive, sustainable peace and emphasized that their full, equal, and meaningful participation must be embedded from the outset of any mediation process, not added later as an afterthought. IHL was recognized as a flexible and principled framework that can enable this through its non-discrimination norms and the specific protections for women and prohibitions on sexual violence. Of particular relevance for discussion today is the draft model clause on women's participation, which calls for establishing consultation pathways for women's network engaged in, for example, tracing missing persons, documenting violations, supporting the safe and voluntary return of displaced people, and community reconciliation, funding and deploying women with technical expertise on IHL in peace processes, and finally, including qualified female experts in monitoring and implementation teams, for example, on humanitarian access or clearance of explosive remnants of war. Now, these recommendations show that IHL is not only about the protection during war, but it can actively shape how inclusive peace process can be. And parliaments can play a role in ensuring such provisions are not optional extras, but standard practice in national frameworks and peace negotiations. The ICRC comes to date with the suggestion that states incorporate IHL-aligned commitments directly into their WPS national action plans, adapted to national context and priorities. And parliaments should press governments to ensure that these plans include measures such as a formal pledge to apply IHL with a gender perspective, appointment of gender advisors in positions of influence within armed forces, cross-training of gender and legal advisors, updating military manuals to enshrine non-discrimination, ensuring domestic laws reflect obligations on sexual violence, and requiring investigation and prosecution of alleged war crimes. These are practical, enforceable steps that parliaments can take to ensure WPS national action plans are not only words on paper, but living instruments that deliver protection and participation in practice. And let me conclude with this. Respect for IHL is the bridge between conflict and peace. But that bridge will only hold if its protections apply equally to women and men, girls and boys. Upholding IHL means upholding dignity without distinction. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Richards, and thank you to all our panelists for their thoughtful and substantial contribution to this very important discussion. Dear colleagues, the floor is yours now to share your views, experiences, and perspective. Please respond to one or more of the proposed questions on the screen. You have 2 minutes each. Please keep the focus on the theme at hand. I call on the delegation of Rwanda, followed by the delegation of Djibouti, to take the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. When conflict erupts, unfortunately, women and girls have gender-specific challenges. Those challenges are manageable if there is a political will. A country can overcome them by prioritizing inclusion and ensuring that women are empowered to play a central role in recovery and lasting peace. Dear colleagues, Rwanda had a history of cyclical violence that culminated into the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. That deeply affected the women and the girls, particularly. Rape and all forms of sexual violence were used as a weapon of war. After the genocide against the Tutsi, the leadership of Rwanda has created a conducive environment for all women that enabled them to play a critical role in the post-genocide reconstruction. As a matter of fact, allow me to mention only 2 examples. Women played a vital role as judges in community-based transitional justice mechanisms, commonly known as Gacaca Court. Gacaca Court served as a homegrown solution that tackled the very challenging contention resulting from the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. At international level, Rwanda is among the top global contributors of women to UN women peacekeeping missions. Rwanda peacekeepers with their gender lenses are respective and responsive to the gender-specific needs of women and girls during the conflict. Dear colleagues, as parliamentarians, our collective role in legislation and oversight is a powerful instrument for change. Women and girls' rights are facing setbacks. The parliament must act. Let's rise, act decisively, and shape laws that restore dignity, equality, justice in our society, and make sure they are implemented. Thank you very much.
Delegation from Djibouti, followed by delegation from Chad.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Madam President. Madam President, my excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Djibouti talks today from a position of peace with the conviction that stability or sustainable stability is built by bearing in mind vulnerability. Everywhere there are more and more conflicts affecting women and girls. There is violence and interrupted schooling. Conflicts are not neutral. They affect women and girls much harder. And it is women are targeted. There is a degradation of access to essential care, and there is absence of school. There is absence at school on the part of girls, and and we demand an immediate and structured response. We think about 3 specific commitments. First, making protection of women and girls a priority, an operational priority in response to the crisis, service of health, sexual health and reproductive health, and access to justice. Second commitment, guarantee effective participation of women to the peace process. Sustainable peace is built with women, not without them. We have to protect girls by urgent measures in order to maintain and re-establish schooling and preventing early marriage. And we call for action. The creation of regional emergency fund and providing sexual health measures, and the instauration of operational quotas guaranteeing the presence of women in all mediation sustained by the international community. The schooling of girls, protection of women and girls is not an option. It is a condition of sustainable peace. Let's act now. Thank you.
Now we have the delegation from the Chad.
Okay. Madame la Présidente,
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, parliamentarians, dear colleagues, it's an honor to take the floor today here in Turkey, in order to address a subject which is part of the reconstruction of my nation. Chad, for decades of resilience, is if the silence of weapons is a victory, the invisible scars borne by women are still a big challenge to sustainable peace. The socioeconomic fragility is still a challenge. Women become the head of the state, of the family, and they are deprived of access to land and credit in certain rural areas. They bear the burden of the social economy, but they're not protected. The psychological effects affects them, and conflicts create trauma. The violence that they suffer requires reinforcement, psychological reinforcement, and we have to fight against impunity. Women need to take part in the consolidation of peace. The post-conflict impact must be transformed into an opportunity for political inclusion to assure that women's voices are heard when it comes to decision making.
Dear colleagues, the list is closed. Thank you for your questions. And we have Mexican Ambassador Javier Diaz and the Consul General Alberto Fierro. Welcome to Istanbul, to Turkey. Now the delegates from Pakistan has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. As conflicts intensify across the world, women and girls are not only disproportionately affected, they're increasingly excluded from protection, participation, and opportunity. This is not just a humanitarian concern, it is a failure of implementation. Speaking on behalf of Pakistan's delegation, I would like to focus on solutions. First, international humanitarian law must be enforced consistently without selectivity. The issue today is not the absence of frameworks, but the absence of accountability. Second, parliaments must legislate for gender responsive humanitarian systems, ensuring that the needs of women and girls are fully embedded in funding, design, and delivery. Third, women participation in peace processes must be guaranteed, not merely encouraged. Without representation, there can be no sustainable peace. Fourth, conflict related sexual violence must be explicitly criminalized, with strong accountability mechanisms to ensure perpetrators are prosecuted, not protected. In Pakistan, we have taken legislative steps to strengthen protections against sexual and domestic violence. But our focus remains on implementation because laws without enforcement cannot deliver justice. Fifth, access to education and essential services for girls must be protected even in the most fragile contexts. Sixth, we must invest in real time data and monitoring systems so that violations are not only recorded but acted upon with urgency. And finally, what we are witnessing today is not just the rise of conflict, it is a broader pushback against gender equality itself. That is why our response must also be economic. We must invest in women's economic empowerment, protect livelihoods, and ensure access to financial systems, because without economic agency, rights remain theoretical. The framework exists, the commitments have been made. What is required now is political will, consistency, and delivery.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I call on the delegation of China, followed by the delegation of Russian Federation.
Respected Chair, colleagues, it's a great honor to be here. As we say in Chinese, women are half of the sky. We suggest taking a systematic approach to protect the rights of women and empower more women. First, peace is the foundation of women and girls to enjoy basic rights. Amid escalating global geopolitical conflicts and economic turbulence, women and girls are one of the most vulnerable and victimized groups. So it is important to promote peace instead of conflicts. Second, the rule of law is the guarantee for building a strong defense line for women's rights. The rule of law is the core support for rights protection. All countries should, based on their national conditions, improve their legislative systems for protecting women's rights and interests. Third, our experience in China shows that economic development and prosperity in general provides the positive eco-environment for women's welfare. Women's right to education, healthcare, finance are at the core of women's empowerment. So we believe that China's proposal of Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, the Global Civilization Initiative, and the Global Governance Initiative are also important for women's rights to become reality. Thank you.
Now the Russian Federation, the floor is yours.
Слово. Dear colleagues, according to the United Nations, over 676 million women live within 50 kilometers from combat zones. This is a record over the past decade. Military conflicts, they result in serious economic, humanitarian, and environmental consequences. The strike against a school in Iran shocked the entire world. It killed over 170 people, schoolgirls and teachers, destroying social infrastructure, deprives women and girls of access to education, healthcare, food, and normal lifestyles. More than 100 countries adopted national plans on women and security, and the UN calls on promoting the role of women in peace talks while empowering women and improving their education. One of the examples of female participation is the work of the Women's Rights Commissioner and Child Rights Commissioners. They are working on finding and helping Russian and Ukrainian children who face challenges. There is a Eurasian Women's Forum that we hold since 2015 by the Federation Council and the Inter-Parliamentary Assembly of the Commonwealth of Independent States. It is designed to bring together female leaders for peace and humanitarian cooperation. Over the past forum in 2024, participants from 126 countries reaffirmed their commitment to connectivity across the world and that no single country can assert its security at the expense of the security of others. The next forum will take place in 2027. We're already preparing this forum, the Eurasian Women's Forum. This discussion will be yet another step to a just and safe world. Thank you.
Of Vietnam, followed by the delegation of Timor-Leste.
Thank you. Distinguished Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, we are deeply concerned by a troubling reality as armed conflicts increase and become more complex. The rights of women and girls are increasingly at risk. They are among the most vulnerable facing loss of life, disrupted education, limited access to health care, and high risks of violence and poverty. Sustainable peace cannot be achieved if their rights are neglected. Vietnam views gender equality not only as a goal, but as a pillar of inclusive growth. Even in challenging contexts, we have taken concrete actions. We adopted our National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security in 2024, increasing women's participation in peacekeeping and strengthening their capacity to respond to climate and disaster-related risks. We are implementing the revised law on domestic violence prevention and control to address gender-based violence and harmful stereotypes. We are expanding protection for women workers, especially in informal and migrant sectors, through improved wage and social insurance policies. And we prioritize girls' education, particularly in remote and disadvantaged areas, as the strongest safeguard against exploitation. To move forward, Vietnam proposed 4 priorities for parliaments. First, strengthen legal frameworks, including integrating international labor and human rights standards. Second, promote green jobs and inclusive digital transformation. Third, invest in vocational training and skills development for women. Fourth, enhance regional parliamentary cooperation to share best practice on gender-responsive development. Vietnam remains committed to advancing the sustainable development goals and ensuring that no woman or girl is left behind. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Now, Timor-Leste and followed by Tajikistan.
Madam Chair, dear colleagues of this great parliamentary family, I come from a country that knows that peace is not built just by men. During our 24 years of fight for independence, the Timorese women were a fundamental pillar of resistance, caring for logistics and diplomacy, and protecting the survivals that were at the front. We know that the voice of women is indispensable to build a sustainable peace. We also know that in difficult times, women also have important roles in protecting families and the communities, showing resilience that inspires us all. That is why Timor-Leste restates its commitment towards Resolution 1325 of the UN Security Council. We have approved national legislation peace and security for women, and the 4 main pillars: emancipation and prevention, protection, and peace building. We were the 3rd nation in the Southeast Asia to implement this. In 2024, we launched a 2nd generation of this plan, that responds to the new risks, including climate change, security, and human trafficking. Results are visible, clear. Currently, 38% of our MPs are women, meaning representing one of the highest female representation rate in Southeast Asia. For the first time, the national parliament is led by a woman speaker, Madam Maria Fernanda. In the security sector, very recently, a woman has taken over, become second police commander. And in the local authorities, 2 of the 13 municipalities in the country have women mayors. But yet we face various challenges, namely in terms of budget constraints. Nevertheless, we are still determined to transform the lessons of the past into inclusive and long-lasting policies for the future, adopting resources to protect and empower women and girls, namely those that are in more difficult situations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
Tajikistan has the floor.
Madam Chair, colleagues, I would like to thank the organizers of this forum for this possibility to speak the floor, for Tajikistan to take the floor. As a country that went through post-conflict recovery, Tajikistan knows that you have to take into account the opinion of half of your population. You need a solid legal framework. Under the constitution, we have gender equality. There is no gender discrimination. We protect the rights of families and women. And a transition period is a great opportunity for promoting inclusivity. Women have been proactively involved in all the consultations. They were the key drivers in recovery and development. Our gender policy focuses on budgeting and on other sectors in cooperation with our international partners. We need a comprehensive approach to defending rights. Tajikistan offers legal safeguards and ensures interagency cooperation and data gathering to empower women. We have gender sensitive justice system, and we are carrying out institutional reforms, and we provide assistance to the victims of violence. This improves trust towards our legal framework. We also promote female entrepreneurship, which makes our economies more sustainable. Colleagues, one of the key takeaways from Tajikistan is that we can achieve only by being partners, only by partnering with the international community, with local communities, and with all the stakeholders. But it's not enough to have a legal framework. You need to have implementation mechanisms. And a transition period is a great time to empower women, to defend their rights. Economic empowerment is the cornerstone of sustainable peace. Investing in women empowerment is not only a matter of equality, it's a matter of social progress.
Followed by Guyana.
Excellency, Honorable Chair, today's topic is not only relevant, but appeals to current conflicts and wars around the world, which are negatively affecting the life of ordinary citizens and exposing women and girls to multiple and concurrent emotional, physical, psychological, sexual, and human violations. Women and girls do not start conflict and wars, but are always first-hand victims. They get robbed of their economic and social rights, which are already compromised. Their lives and bodies are used in the tactics of war as a battlefield to dehumanize them and dismantle their social fiber. They force women and girls to leave their safe and stable homes. In the process, they face starvation due to loss of livelihoods and land. During conflicts and wars, girls are forced out of school and are abducted and trafficked for sexual exploitation, forced prostitution, and sometimes into forced early marriages.
Excellencies, conflicts and wars disrupt healthcare and medical facilities. They interrupt safe and stable homes. They deny women and girls access to medical care and services, especially victims of sexual violations, resulting in early and unplanned pregnancies, HIV and AIDS infections, as well as infant and mortality and maternal mortality. Dear colleagues, we call upon you through your parliaments to devotedly implement affirmative action. We call upon you to allocate budgets specifically for women and girls to rebuild and reconstruct their lives post-conflict and wars. In Lesotho, we have enacted laws that safeguard women and girls' safety by giving them access to resources that they were prohibited from accessing in the past, titled Legal Capacity of Women of Married Persons 2016. We have also enacted laws that give harsh punishment to perpetrators of violations against women and girls.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, Guyana has the floor, followed by Liechtenstein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With increased armed conflicts in the world, more women and girls are killed, raped, starved, dehumanized, and treated to the worst indignities. Guyana recognizes that access to justice is a right, fundamental to the achievement of gender equality, and I share some of the bold steps we have taken. Government's roadmap involves direct allocation of resources towards an integrated, accessible ecosystem of empowerment and the dismantling of structural barriers and creation of progressive legislative and policy frameworks that improve access to support services and the reporting of violence. We have implemented the 2024 Family Violence Act with an expanded definition of violence and both civil and criminal measures, amended the Sexual Offences Act to include a sex offenders registry, developed policies on gender and family-based violence, harassment, specialized courts, public education on rights. Guyana's harnessing of digital technology allows 24-hour reporting and access to comprehensive services. Guyana's successful one-stop hope and justice centers have provided survivors of violence with access to reporting, free medical care, legal and psychosocial support, survivor advocate services, and safe shelter all in one space. Guyana's intentional policy of moving women towards economic autonomy recognizes that security comes from ownership. 60% of government distributed housing lands are owned by women, and there is a significant investment in women's free education, economic empowerment, and integration into the formal economy. Combating pervasive harassment and violence faced by women on social media remains a challenge. Despite cybercrime legislation, perpetrators escape accountability, hiding behind veils of anonymity. Tech companies must partner with governments to ensure safe spaces for users and justice for victims. All of us must advocate for perpetrators to be held accountable. Impunity fuels continued violence.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Unacceptable that women remain locked out of most peace processes, relegated to the role of victims without the agency to effect changes. They must leave the change. In conclusion, Guyana remains an advocate for peace consistently. I emphasize that achievement of equality for women and girls, respect for their human rights, and their safety and access to justice is inextricably linked to a progressive and stable world and all of our efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
Now, Liechtenstein has the floor, followed by South Africa.
Dear colleagues, I speak to you from the perspective of the small state of Liechtenstein. The dramatic rise in conflicts around the world shows one thing very clearly. When institutions fail, women and girls are the first to lose their rights, their safety, and their voice. This is not only a reality in conflict-affected countries, it's a warning to all of us. The experience of stable states such as Liechtenstein is clear. Investment in gender equality, education, the rule of law, and strong institutions is not a luxury. It is a core element of peace prevention. Prevention is not only more effective, it's also far less costly than repairing damage later. A key lesson from our work is that political commitments alone are not enough. Parliaments have a responsibility to anchor equality structurally through legislation, through budgetary decisions, and through effective parliamentary oversight. Our concrete example from Liechtenstein, we have established a unit for equal opportunities, which acts as a coordinating body and works closely with women's organizations and civil society. Through binding service agreements with the Ministry of Social Affairs, preventive work, protection measures, and awareness raising are secured in a sustainable way. In addition, we are currently developing a national gender equality strategy to ensure that equality is addressed across all policy areas with clear goals and accountability. The experience shows that reliable structures, stable funding, and institutionalized cooperation make gender equality more resilient, especially in times of crisis. And resilience protects women and girls. The Women, Peace and Security agenda needs exactly the kind of political pressure from us as parliamentarians. Our task is to turn commitments into concrete improvements.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And South Africa has the floor, followed by Bahrain.
Thank you, Madam President and honorable members. We must state this without ambiguity. No mineral, no resources, no strategic interest, and no economic gain as with the life of a woman or a child. Any model of development or security built on their suffering is illegitimate. Honorable members, the international humanitarian framework is clear. The Geneva Convention and international human rights law explicitly prohibits torture, sexual violence, and attacks on civilians. What is lacking is not the law. It is consistent enforcement, accountability, and political will. Honorable President, South Africa approaches these issues informed by its own history and constitutional values, which affirm the inherent dignity and equality of all people. We will continue to support the conflict prevention and peacekeeping efforts on the United Nations, the African Union, and SADC. We are proud of the contribution of South African soldiers to peacekeeping missions across the continent since the advent of democracy. South Africa maintains that freedom is indivisible. We cannot consider ourselves free while people in Palestine, Sudan, and other conflicts affected contexts continue to endure occupation of oppression and war. As parliamentarians, we have a duty to ensure that national laws, budget, and oversight mechanism prioritize the protection of civilians, particularly women and children and persons with disability. This includes demanding accountability for torture and sexual violence, strengthening survivor-centered support, and ensuring that economic pursuits, including in the extractive sector, do not fuel conflict or reinforce systems of domination. Honorable President, in conclusion, we must reject any narrative that treats the suffering of women and children as inevitable consequences of war.
Thank you very much.
I thank you.
Thanks a lot. Now the Bahrain has the floor, followed by Mexico.
Thank you, Madam President. وأشكركم على مناقشة هذا الموضوع.
Thank you for having discussed this topic, which is in the framework of escalating conflicts. In fact, throughout decades, there have been developments in the field of women's rights. However, the modern conflicts have shown that violence against women and girls is taking a lot of forms that go beyond the physical harm and that are in the form of economic and psychological violence. And this violence exacerbates in an environment of impunity and weakness of states' institutions. The conflicts do deepen the gaps of inequality and they lead to the exclusion of women from decision-making processes. The international experiences confirm that women are not just mere victims of conflicts, but rather active actors in preventing the conflicts, in building the peace, and in driving the reconstruction and recovery efforts. And this is why the Women, Peace and Security Agenda is very important as being an integrated framework that is not limited to protecting women during conflicts, but strives for empowering women as partners in decision making. They are influencers and they can also devise solutions. They can be leaders post conflict. However, the real challenge is moving from a mere political commitment to a real implementation, and from international texts to national policies and texts that are accountable. And here the parliaments do take up a very important responsibility as the legislative and oversight institutions that translate the international commitments into national laws and public policies. And this role is translated into promulgating laws that would incriminate all sorts of gender-based violence, laws that would protect people against violence, and also adopting policies that would support women in decision-making processes and allocating resources to implement the national action plans that are relevant, controlling as well their impact on the ground. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Madam President. In Mexico, we are clear that building lasting peace not only requires the absence of violence, but the presence of structural conditions of justice, equality, and well-being. Parliamentarians have a responsibility in this area. We must take an active role in developing a legal structure that enables the creation of public policies aimed at building a positive culture of peace with participation of women, which in our country we have achieved parity in our electoral representation. This allows us to address the structural causes of violence and reinforce our justice institutions, promote social cohesion, and work towards a decent life for everyone, and particularly for women and children, women and girls. The public are looking on, and they are demanding agreements that transcend our immediate interests and work towards women's empowerment at every level of society, starting with economic self-sufficiency. Today, more than ever, the world must prioritize a legislative agenda that works towards peace and prioritizes women. In Mexico, amid the crisis of violence that we're currently experiencing, coordination between civil society and political actors shows us that it is possible to build broad consensus through inclusion in the analysis of structural causes of violence. Within the government, within the parliament, we are working towards the creation of public policies that seek peace and make peace a key priority and a strategic priority to obtain protection for women. Thank you.
Of Uzbekistan. Madam Speaker, the floor is yours.
Пожалуйста.
So, dear Ms. President, dear colleagues, today talking about conflicts, we talk not only about geopolicy, we are talking about the lives of millions of women and girls because their rights are violated, first of all. In the conditions of crisis, those are the women who are deprived of access to medical care and protection. But what is more even dangerous is that they're losing their voice. A society that deprives them from their voice loses stability and development and the future. This challenge requires us from us not declaration but systemic solutions. In Uzbekistan, the protection of rights and empowerment of women is not treated in isolation, but is closely linked with our core development priorities, reducing poverty, ensuring development, and expanding access to quality education. That's why women is in the center and at the core of all of our reforms, as well as its participation in decision-making process. And in the last 10 years, we have adopted a number of laws ensuring the participation of women in all spheres. Now, in our country, the reforms are delivering tangible results. And for instance, the women are now developing business and are able to improve themselves in different agendas. So we also foster the different measures, including social agenda, and the women and girls are actively participating in the social sphere, in political life, and they always form the agenda for themselves. Now there are 38 women in our women in our parliament and 35% in the government. And according to the Business and Law Index, Uzbekistan takes the 38th place from 198 countries, following the latest response and following the situation, we understand that in many regions of the world, the women's rights are under threat. The girls are losing access to education, the women deprived of work and participate in public and political life. We also observe the rise of gender-based violence, human trafficking, and forced marriages. These are not isolated crises, but the systemic threat to international community. Therefore, the protection of women's rights in conflicts must not be treated as secondary issue. On the contrary, it must be a priority both on the international and national levels. Parliaments possess practical tools to drive change. Our task is not only to respond to threats, but also to prevent them. We must adopt laws aimed at eliminating all forms of violence, ensure women's access to education, health care, even at times of crisis, support women's economic independence, strengthen parliamentary oversight over the implementation of international human rights obligations. But even those measures alone are not sufficient without our effective international cooperation. In this regard, I would like to emphasize that Uzbekistan remains open to active cooperation, and we are ready to advance our rights and exchange experience on parliamentary platforms. Today, the protection of women's rights is not only a matter of justice, it's a matter of global stability and security. The world is getting more sustainable where women are taking part in decision-making and where the rights are protected and the society is stronger, and vice versa. When those rights are ignored, it leads to instability. Dear colleagues, using this opportunity, I would like to invite you to take part in the second Asian Women's Forum, which will be held from the 14th to the 15th of May in Bukhara in Uzbekistan. So please receive our best greetings and be ensured that we make the world better only together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam President, and may I congratulate the Forum of Women for this important topic. As a man, I'm proud to stand here supporting so many strong women as part of the IPU who stand and represent women across the world. And as a man, we have to listen to the voices of women. Madam President, today I talk about an important issue and remind the Forum that on the 1st of April 2 years ago, a female aid worker from Australia called Zomi Frankom was killed delivering aid and care to children suffering in Gaza. And at the time, she was killed with 6 other colleagues. Today, I raise her voice on behalf of all the women who are providing humanitarian aid to conflict, to care and concern. Australia is proud to have led the year-long diplomatic effort to drive global action to protect female humanitarian workers in conflict zones, and the launch of the Declaration of the Protection of Humanitarian Personnel, joined by more than 100 countries. 100 countries, including the Brazil, Colombia, Indonesia, Japan, Jordan, Sierra Leone, Switzerland, and the United Kingdom, who partnered with Australia to develop the declaration. This is about protecting female aid workers, the most vulnerable in conflicts, who provide care and support to those in need. The measures that we have adopted include a commitment to facilitate access to protect humanitarian female personnel, ensure faster and more efficient visas and work permits, and new joint training for military personnel, particularly for aid workers. Madam President, I'm proud to support this relief, and I'm proud to support these resolutions. We need to highlight the fact that women in conflict zones are always the victims, and humanitarian aid workers need our support and care. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thanks a lot, Mr. Speaker. Now Ukraine has the floor, followed by Turkmenistan.
Madam Chair, Madam President, dear colleagues, thank you very much, and thank you for addressing this very important topic of women in wars and in conflicts. The fact is very simple. In war, the most vulnerable suffer first, women and children. It's true, as it has been said, social infrastructure is essential for protecting women's rights. But what do we do when social infrastructure is being destroyed on a daily basis? It is deplorable that today, despite repeated political condemnations, including in the resolutions of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Russia has destroyed more than 3,000 schools and continues to do so, and over 1,500 medical institutions have been destroyed in Ukraine by Russia and continue to be done so. This is social infrastructure. This is daily life, deliberately targeted by bombs, artillery, and missiles. Around 6 million women in Ukraine still live in areas affected by war, not 50 kilometers from a combat zone, but right in the middle of it, experiencing the war every minute of every day, under constant threat every day. 7 million Ukrainian refugees forced from their homes by war. 90% of them are women and children, mothers who have taken their children out into safety but away from home, because home is no longer an option, because home has been destroyed by Russian drones and missiles. In this war, over 20,000 Ukrainian children have been abducted by Russia, a deliberate strategy, not a collateral of the war. Our reality in Ukraine is also that 75,000 women are in the armed forces. That's 7% of the entire Ukrainian army. More than 55,000 are in active service, thousands of women on the front line. Our women save, they evacuate, they rewrite the rules of what it means to be a woman in a zone of conflict. They fight the war against the external aggressor, and at the same time, they raise children, they carry families, they become both mother and father to their kids. They step into new roles to keep the economy running, to rebuild, to heal, to protect, and they do not break. Our role as women today is much greater than anyone could have ever imagined. But the rules are still being written for us
Thank
to
you
be
very much.
in this new role in the challenging world of today.
Turkmenistan
And
has
we are
the floor.
writing them together in real time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Turkmenistan has the floor, followed by Romania.
Спасибо большое. Защита прав
Thank you
женщин
so much. Defending the rights of women includes ensuring their rights. Turkmenistan is a neutral country recognized by the United Nations 3 times, and it strives to ensure comprehensive and universal peace and development, as well as gender equality. In this regard, Turkmenistan has been consistent in its gender policy and has the necessary legislation in place. We were the ones to create a Central Asian dialogue for women's rights in promoting security in a regional dimension. We need to have preventive diplomacy for Central Asia, and as part of the UN Development Program, there is the women, peace and security agenda, and Turkmenistan has a plan under the UN Security Council Resolution 1325. Over the past decade, Turkmenistan has made great strides in preventing all kinds of issues women face. In 2024, Turkmenistan was the first state of the CIS to join the global alliance. There is the UN Convention on the UN's on the status of refugees, on fighting citizenless status. Turkmenistan always makes initiatives regarding the UN General Assembly resolution on the International Year of Peace and Trust. We're also working as part of the Diplomacy Center for Central Asia in Turkmenistan, the international dialogue, and that Turkmenistan is a nuclear weapons-free zone and wants this vision for Central Asian within the UN. Turkmenistan initiated the project to declare 2028 the year of international law to promote peace and cooperation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Romania has been on the front line of the war in Ukraine, not only geographically, but institutionally. We moved fast from logistic and medical support to something equally important, protecting women and girls in refugee settings. We introduced practical solutions, Ukrainian speaking staff, direct assistance for victims of gender-based violence, and safe spaces adapted to women's needs. This is what we learned. Protection must be built from day one, not added later. In this context, I propose the creation in Bucharest, Romania, of a regional center for women, peace and security in partnership with NATO, the European Union, Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova, a hub dedicated to training and cooperation across the entire eastern flank. I wish to reiterate the security role of our country in the European and international security architecture and as a pillar of stability in the Black Sea region. Conflicts today affect women in very concrete ways, and yet, despite this, they are still absent from decision-making. Why? Because inclusion is still optional. Peace negotiations are dominated by those already in power, and women are too often outside the circle. Without clear rules and political will, this does not change. In my capacity as chair of the Joint Special Parliamentary Commission Romania Without Domestic Violence, I am proud that we moved from words to action. Recently, in the Parliament of Romania, we adopted a historic law that introduces the definition of femicide and removes procedural barriers in investigating rape. Parliaments must deliver, not just debate. Looking ahead, the priority is simple. Stop treating women's participation as a principle and start treating it as a condition for better policies, a condition for real security, and a condition for lasting peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now Thailand has the floor, followed by France. But dear colleagues, we are running out of time. Please keep your comments and questions to 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much. Madam Chairperson, delegates and colleagues, as global conflicts are increasing, often affecting women and girls the most. Let me give the example for Thailand, especially in the southern border that have created serious challenges for our local communities. Women and children in these areas face daily threats. Women carry heavier family burdens and children suffer from stress, family separations, and interrupting schooling. In response to this situation, first, the Thai Parliament works to reduce these impacts through laws, oversight, and budget support. We back legal frameworks to prevent violence and build lasting peace. Our goal is to turn this policy into practice. To guide this, we developed our first National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security for 2025 to 2027, working closely with UN Women and civil society. Second, locally, the disaster care centers provide counseling, legal help, and social support. We deliver urgent care to children in crisis and offer dedicated relief for vulnerable groups. We also have Women Empowerment Center, which is the community programs that empower women through training in human rights and conflict management. Madam Chairperson, delegates, and colleagues, the peace cannot be achieved by one country alone. It requires strong international collaborations. As women parliamentarians, we share a collective responsibilities to ensure every woman and girl can live in safety, hope, and dignity.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. And now France has the floors, followed by United Arab Emirates.
Madame
President, ladies and gentlemen, parliamentarians, dear colleagues, in 2019, we dealt with the international context of multiplied conflicts, and democratic spaces have been reduced, which has reduced women's rights. And everywhere in the world, sexual and reproductive rights have been reduced, and anti-right movements have become restructured, and in order to weaken human rights. And these attacks represent a real democratic challenge and a security challenge, and undermine liberties, and the masculine ideology is on the rise, and they're weakening democracy. Within this context, feminist diplomacy must be strengthened, and we have to favor the participation of women in decision-making processes. And it is not sufficiently supported or institutionalized. And thank you. And on a worldwide scale, we have to guarantee finances and support feminist organizations.
Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Now, United Arab Emirates, followed by Cambodia.
Assalamu alaikum, Sayyidat wa Sada.
Peace be upon you, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to participate in this discussion regarding the crisis and their impact on women and girls, especially when we look at the crisis that deepen the injustices and inequalities between the two genders. These challenges are a common responsibility that require comprehensive approaches. Enabling women is a pillar for just and sustainable peace. Therefore, the UAE delegation considers the following very important. First, empowering parliamentary responses regarding gender-based approaches to protect women and girls from violations when they are displaced. Secondly, enshrining the active participation of women in reconstruction and peace building by involving them in mediation efforts, reconstruction, and investing in their leadership, especially when it comes to parliamentary cooperation and best practices. Ladies and gentlemen, the UAE is committed to these principles. In fact, in 2020 and 2021, it adopted the first strategic and action plan in the Gulf to implement UN Resolution 1325 in an initiative to prevent crises.
Cambodia has the floor, followed by Nepal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is true that when conflict increases, the rights of women and girls often become weaker. That is why Cambodia continues to join every year the global 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, starting from November 25th to December 10. Today, violence does not only happen at home or in communities, it also happens online. Women and girls face harassment, bullying, cyber stalking, and the sharing of private images without their consent. This creates fear, shame, and silence, and stops them from fully participating in society. Cambodia is responding in 3 ways: strengthening awareness that online violence is real and harmful, strengthening support for survivors and accountability for perpetrators, and strengthening cooperation between the government, development partners, civil society, and the private sector. Ending violence against women is essential for lasting peace. When women are not safe, communities cannot truly develop.
Thank you very much. Thank ma'am. Thanks a lot. Now we have the Ireland, followed by Nepal.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. As a senator from Ireland, I feel I can speak from lived experience because our island knows what conflicts costs, and we know what it takes to end it also. Ireland's peace process, the Good Friday Agreement, is proof that women don't just support peace, but they build it also. In 1996, women's groups came together, worried their voices would be shut out of the talks entirely. They founded the Northern Ireland Women's Coalition, which secured seats at the negotiating table. Because they were trusted as honest brokers across both communities, they were called on at the most critical moments, keeping communication alive when one of the main Republican parties were excluded. They brought victims' rights, education and mixed housing into the agreement, issues the main parties hadn't even addressed, which proved essential to lasting peace. But we have to be honest, despite those commitments, women remain underrepresented in Northern Irish politics. The work is unfinished. The lesson from Ireland is simple. Where women are excluded from peace, peace doesn't last. And where women's rights decline, conflict rises. The two are inseparable. Ireland's experience shows the world what's possible, but it also shows that inclusion has to be sustained, not just granted in a moment of crisis. Women are not a special interest. We are the condition for lasting peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Nepal has the floor, followed by Oman.
Good afternoon, everyone in this room. Madam Chairperson, women are golden gift for the country and sunshine of the world. Women brings loves, light and joy, but still we are having problems and we have been threatening and challenges besides opportunities. Actually, as we are talking about post-conflict management and having just lasting peace, since the morning I have been looking forward that we are liking to highlight much about artificial intelligence. AI also creating opportunities as side-by-side challenges as well, because not only the print media, audio, video creates problem for girls, women, because a girl having her voice with videos with her same face, but she's saying that it's not her. It's not her verdict, but people are looking after it. So how can we control this cyberbullying? And cyberbullying is gaining ground. So we need at this time, as also resolutions also highlighted some of these points. So every country should need social media act. Legislation act is very important to control.
while we are trying this, unfortunately, the government has to pull down. So IPU can play critical role.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now Oman has the floor, followed by Tanzania.
Madam Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you. Women have made great progress globally, and in Oman, they participate actively in the legislative authorities in the Oman Council. The representation is 10.3%, and they are 21% in the State Council. These are positive achievements towards enabling women. Ladies and gentlemen, Oman, under the leadership of our king, confirms its principle for peace, so that protecting women remains the priority in all international efforts. Women are the basis of recovery and peace. Protecting women is primordial for international peace and security. Thank you.
Now we go to Tanzania, followed by Arab Parliament.
Thank you for the floor, Madam Chair. Tanzania, under Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, wishes to underscore that conflicts continue to disproportionately affect women and girls through heightening gender-based violence, displacement, disruption of education, and reduced access to essential health and protection services. We are particularly concerned that women remain underrepresented in peace negotiations and decision-making processes despite their central role in peace building, mediation, and community resilience. Tanzania therefore wishes to make 3 points. First, women and girls must be protected at all stages of conflicts, post-conflict recovery through strengthening the legal framework, access to justice, and the prevention of conflict-related sexual violence. Second, sustainable peace cannot be achieved without the fully, equally, and meaningful participation of women in peace negotiations, mediation efforts, and reconstruction processes. Third, parliaments have a critical responsibility to act through legislation oversight and gender-responsive budgeting to ensure that commitment and the women peace security agenda are fully implemented, especially during and post-conflict period. The Parliament of Tanzania remains committed to support women leadership, dignity, and protection to translating global commitment into concrete action at national and regional levels. My name is Fatma Rembo, Member of Parliament of Tanzania. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we have Mr. Ahlam, followed by Mr. Santal Fani.
شكرا.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة. السيدات والسادة، إذا أردنا أن نفهم حقيقة.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. If we want to understand the truth of today's crisis, we have to look from the point of view of those who pay the highest price. This theme is not just about statements. It reflects a true fact. There are over 50 crises in 1 year, and there are many sexual violence violations that have been registered. More dangerous is not just the impact of these crises, but how they affect women and crisis and the children. Women lose their livelihoods. They are subjected to violence, and girls can no longer go to schools. Ladies and gentlemen, the real challenge is not just to protect women and children, but to reformulate these initiatives so that they are comprehensive. Allow me to suggest a number of practical suggestions. First, supporting children and women, especially when it comes to healthcare, psychosocial support, and not just as secondary services, but as basis services. Secondly, establishing national initiatives based on or gender-based initiatives and linking them directly to parliaments to ensure oversight. Third, including children and girls in education, because the education system is the most important system and bears the brunt of these conflicts. Ladies and gentlemen, women and girls are important to a lasting peace.
Followed by Assembly Parliamentary de la Francophonie.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Le thème qui nous réunit nous appelle.
Thank you, Madam President. We must have hope, but also be lucid. We cannot build a future without women.
As conflicts intensify, women's and girls' rights decline. The deeper the crisis, the more women carry, but the less they decide. And yet they are the ones who sustain the resilience of our society. We stand before you today on behalf of ECOFIPA, the network of ECOWAS women parliamentarians. We cannot build peace without those who sustain it every day. When women participate, process change. When women decide, peace lasts. C'est dans cette dynamique que nous portons en partenariat avec ECOFIPA la mise en place de l'Observatoire africain de l'inclusion féminine.
We have set up an African observatory to transform our pledges into action with the oversight of ECOWAS to implement an intergenerational program. We must no longer simply invite women to the table. It's not a favor. Their presence is a condition for stability. And ECOWAS and our observatory have begun this work. The rights of women are a prerequisite for democracy, and women's leadership is essential.
Thank you very much. Now, Parliamentary de la Francophonie has the floor, followed by UN Special Reporter on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities.
Merci, Madame la Présidente du Forum.
Thank you, Madam President of the Forum of Women for Parliamentarians. The topic that has brought us here today is the impact of conflict on women's rights. It's not a slogan, it's a reality, and it's an urgent reality. It is urgent because conflict is proliferating, and this brings sexual violence used as a weapon of war, strategies to dominate women. It is also urgent because women are excluded from peace processes, although they are on the front line of the crisis and reconstruction. The importance of women's participation in peace and stability is clear, and we must reform discriminatory laws to ensure women's full participation. But progress so far has been limited due to a lack of political will. The network of women parliamentarians in Francophonie has decided to address this topic as part of its cooperation efforts. And we have organized awareness-raising seminars among parliamentarians on women, peace and security in Serbia and in Senegal, as well as a workshop on UN women. In response to these challenges, the role of parliamentarians is clear. Through their actions, we must address key priorities and adapt the legislative framework and develop cooperation as women parliamentarians. As in response to these global crises, we must respond in a cross-cutting manner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today, I would like to talk to you about women with disabilities. Among the most marginalized groups of women are women with disabilities who face multiple layers of discrimination. Women with disabilities are less likely to be nominated by political parties, less likely to receive campaign funding, if any, and more likely to face harassment. The intersection of gender and disability also means higher exposure to violence, greater economic insecurity, and cultural stereotypes that question their competence, leadership, and the right to speak in public spaces. Yet, when women with disabilities enter into politics, they bring transformative perspectives on care and support systems, social protection, accessibility, and equality. When persons with disability, especially women with disabilities, sit in parliaments, the institution becomes more representative.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Thank you all for your valuable inputs, and I'm really sorry for interruption, but we are running out of time, so I want to finish up this session. Now, let me turn back to our panel for final words. Dear panelists, you have the floor for 1 minute to share your concluding remarks. We start with Ms. Meryem Gökhan. Ms. Gökhan, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Yes, I thank every one of you for your valuable insights and the contribution. It's very much important, and I think it's a very timely discussion that we have here. As I said in the beginning, that we're meeting at a time of heightened uncertainties and overlapping crises and wars are threatening peace, and of course, therefore, women and girls are the most affected ones again at the time. So it is actually up to us. We are the parliamentarians. We are in the parliament. It needs a political will. It needs, of course, action. And I very much thank you all for being here at the IPU, for sharing your experiences and your valuable insights. I thank you all again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gökhan, for your valuable contributions. And now, Ms. Petra Bayer, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Yeah, also thank you a lot for all these contributions. First of all, I'm very grateful to all those who mentioned that indeed there must be much more sensitiveness about women's issues among mayors, among judges, among institutions in general. So that means on the one hand, education and training, but on the other hand, also to include more women in all that institutions, because we are aware that we have something to add to this society. Second, I'm very grateful to the French colleagues to mention all these attacks on sexual and reproductive rights in particular. Indeed, there is a strong movement with much money, and we have to fight against that lot of budget with our commitment, with shared ideas, and with our to be convinced that our ideas are the strongest, and we have a clear vision to have gender equality. I also wanted to come back to the Rwanda situation. The Gacaca courts were mentioned. I also want to mention that we have at the Council of Europe a good example with a register of damage, where all that, what happens in the unlegal war in Ukraine, can be registered and can be made ready for a court case afterwards. And it's not only about damages, physical damages, but it's also, for instance, about rape and sexual violence. And last but not least, I'm very grateful to the Chinese colleague who shared with us this nice saying, women are half of the sky. We have a saying in Austria that we want half of the cake, but I suggest we should demand half of the bakery. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Belen Sanchez-Luc has the floor.
Thank you very much. On behalf of UN Women, a very big thanks to all the members of parliament. You have demonstrated that there is commitment to put at the center women's rights protection, but also women's leadership to make a transformation. So I'm very honored to hear directly from you your commitment, and we hope that commitment from parliaments also transform into implementation and action. I want to highlight that at the recent Commission on the Status of Women in New York, just last month, there was the adoption of agreed conclusions where member states committed to advance gender justice. And many of you have discussed and presented the actions on ensuring women's access to justice. So this is an invitation for parliaments across the world to really look at the role of parliaments in the implementation of these agreed conclusions. I end by reiterating the commitment of UN Women to continue working with parliaments in the countries where we are collaborating and to really encourage the IPU to continue advancing this very critical agenda. And thank you for posing these very important questions to us.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Now, Miss Sola Richard has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you everyone for your rich contributions. This is clearly a topic that is dear to all of us, so I really enjoyed the discussion. Really, if I can leave you with one concluding message is that respect for IHL is something that can protect women and girls during armed conflict, but also has lasting effects after the guns have been silenced. So now really I urge you to go back to your home countries, use your legislative budgetary oversight powers to see how IHL compliance can be a reality. And in this respect, also please do encourage your government to join or actively participate in the global IHL initiative. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, dear panelists and dear colleagues, for all your contributions. I hope today's discussion has given us renewed determination and valuable insights on how we parliamentarians can better protect the rights of the women and girls in times of conflict, combat gender-based violence, and advance their full participation in peace building and recovery. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. Dear colleagues, please have your seats so we can move on.
Yeah.
Okay, dear colleagues, we will now move to the hearing of the candidates for the position of IPU General Secretary. This hearing is an important opportunity for the Forum of Women Parliamentarians to hear directly from the candidates on their vision for the future of the IPU, and in particular, how they intend to advance gender equality and strengthen the place of women in work, leadership, and priorities of our organization. I'm pleased to welcome the 4 women candidates for the position of IPU Secretary General. Ms. Dionysia Theodora Avgerinopoulou of Greece. And Ms. Anda Philip of Romania. Ms. Fatou Dieng Thiem of Senegal. And Ms. Cecilia Widegren of Sweden. In accordance with the alphabetical order by surname, I will invite the candidates to make their opening statements. Each candidate will have 6 minutes. We will then proceed to the questions from the floor. Questions may be addressed to all candidates or to one specific candidate. Before that, I invite Ms. Avgerinopoulou to give her statement. Ms. Avgerinopoulou, the floor is yours.
Gentlemen, Your Excellencies, it is the very first time that the IPU will have for sure a female Secretary General. It took us 135 years until we reached at this stage. But it is now time to celebrate the double female leadership with a female president and a female Secretary General, both leading the IPU. And it is time to celebrate all of us, the proud and dynamic women that, despite of our own issues back home, different from each of us, we are successful. We have been elected, and now we are here to help other women also to be successful in their lives, in their domains. Dear colleagues, I have submitted my candidacy for the position of the Secretary General of the IPU to make IPU more impactful and more instrumental. Apart from being an experienced parliamentarian and the first woman in my country to be elected as a chair of the Environment Committee and then the first woman ever to represent the Prime Minister of my country directly for the protection of our global ocean, I'm also a very capable administrator. I have worked at many international organizations, the EU at the UN, and the Global Water Partnership and the International Chamber of Commerce. I want to bring all of my experience, network, and capacities to the IPU for everyone, for our people. We have to optimize and modernize the IPU. We could make our work more impactful and more visible, including the work of the female parliamentarians. The IPU has shown great leadership regarding gender equality issues. The rules of the IPU are fair and gender balanced. We have this amazing forum of women parliamentarians, an amazing president of the forum, and an amazing bureau. However, we must operationalize the IPU further to better support women parliamentarians. We need the IPU to provide us with more opportunities to speak globally, more opportunities to make our work visible at the global level and back home to make our voices heard. If elected as the Secretary General of the IPU, I will work towards capacity building and education for all female parliamentarians. We will work closer with other international organizations, including the UN Women. We will also establish a dedicated fund providing financial assistance for women parliamentarians to promote their work and their projects back home and globally, and also to easier participate to our meetings. We will help women parliamentarians from developing countries and parliaments that need assistance. We will also, with your guidance and your support, launch a campaign to ensure that women get equal pay for equal work. We have to focus not only on the political, but also on the economic, the financial empowerment of women, because only then we can ensure that women will be able to be financially independent to become candidates for the elections, that women will have enough funds to support their electoral campaigns, and that they will be re-elected. As Secretary General, we will stand by the side of every woman parliamentarian, and both in developing and developed countries, because women, we need to support each other. Your Excellencies, today, only 27% of the members of the parliaments are women. Even less are speakers of parliaments. Back home, even less of us become ministers. And when we become ministers, we are rarely entrusted very important portfolios. We are entrusted with soft policies portfolios only. So we have a long way to go together. And this is only fair because we are the 50% of the world. We are the 50% of the potential of the world. And the world deserves to rise by using its full potential. Ladies, the greatest power in the world is women power. We are the force of nature. When women rise, the world rises. I ask for your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I invite Ms. Philip to give her statement. You have 6 minutes, Ms. Philip.
Thank you very much, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished parliamentarians. It's a great honor for me to be here today and to present myself as a Romanian and as a candidate for the position of IPU Secretary General. I have been with the IPU for many years, and together with you, I have seen it grow in terms of membership, in terms of relevance, in terms of impact. And I do believe that the Secretary General of the IPU should be a non-partisan steward with a realistic vision for the future. Someone who understands from within the challenges that the IPU faces every day. Parliaments under strain, rising expectations of delivery, matching ambition with limited resources. The next Secretary General will require deep institutional knowledge and the judgment to deliver in complex environments. And from that perspective, I do believe that I have a proven track record of building consensus among members, of working seamlessly with the political leadership of the IPU and delivering results. My strengths include diplomatic and mediation skills, political tact, and neutrality. My vision is for the IPU to be the best that it can be, highly relevant and influential at a time when multilateralism and international law are under severe strain. At its best, the IPU serves as a unique catalyst for political dialogue and interparliamentary exchange. It shapes norms and guidelines for good parliamentary practice, and it works with parliaments to help translate our shared commitments and our principles into concrete action. My 3 core priorities reflect this. First, parliaments and MPs as peace builders. This is where the role of the IPU remains indispensable, And I believe we need to strengthen early warning and prevention, identifying and addressing risks before these harden into conflict. Second, demonstrable impact on global challenges, making our contribution across peace, development, and human rights more visible and more measurable. Third, cultivating respectful and inclusive societies. This includes defending human rights and human dignity, advancing gender parity and youth participation, and engaging in interfaith dialogue for more tolerant societies. In order to implement this vision, I will focus on better prioritization, partnerships that are fit for purpose, and accelerating modernization. I won't go into details. I would be happy to elaborate in the Q&A. I would like to refer to the IPU's gender work, which I consider to be one of the IPU's greatest strengths. Since its establishment 40 years ago, the Forum of Women MPs has brought about transformative change. You have shaped the IPU agenda, you have amended the IPU statutes and rules, and you have taken gender parity to the next level. I know for a fact that for the UN and many other international organizations, the IPU is truly a role model for gender-sensitive institutions. And today, we can indeed be proud of the fact that we know that the next IPU Secretary General will be a woman. My commitment to you as women parliamentarians is clear. I will be a strong gender champion. I will make sure that your voices are heard, not just at the IPU, but also at the United Nations and the other institutions of global governance, be it the WTO or the G20 process. I will advance our work on women, peace, and security. There are too many angry men with guns out there, and we need women to be at the forefront of parliamentary diplomacy. I will focus on combating violence against women through legislation and political action, because this is a major scourge that needs to be eradicated. I will invest in the gender partnership work, making sure that men are part of the conversations and part of the solutions. And I will advance the intergenerational exchanges to allow young women to receive the support and mentorship that they need in order to break through the glass ceiling and make a name for themselves in the world of politics. Ladies and gentlemen, I am ready to serve as IPU Secretary General. Our organization needs steady leadership, focused on delivery, respectful of its mandate and rules, and deeply attentive to the needs of our members. This period of crisis can become an opportunity for the IPU if we choose to seize it. For me, leadership begins with accountability to the members, and ultimately it is an act of service so that the IPU can be the very best that it can be. I thank you.
Ms. Philip, thank you very much. Thanks a lot. And I now invite Ms. Tiem to give her speech.
Good afternoon. My name is Fatou Thiam from Senegal. Mr. Chairman, I'm very honored to be here as candidate for Secretary General of the IPU. I am deeply grateful for this opportunity to bring my experience, my values, and my vision to this vital role. I am an African woman and a woman of conviction. I am a peace and security practitioner, a human rights specialist, a gender advocate, and a result-oriented person. I believe in the necessity of meaningful participation by all for a fairer and more equitable world so that no one is left behind. I also believe that what matters most is the people. Therefore, I will apply in my work a human rights-based, a gender-sensitive, and a youth-responsive approach to implement the IPU's commitment to democracy through the 2030 agenda, the UN and the Women and Youth Peace Security Agenda, the Paris Agreement, and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. With nearly 30 years experience at the United Nations, I have strategic leadership to lead multicultural teams, bring cohesion in teams, manage and resolve complex crises through dialogue, mediation, and the promotion of a culture of peace and tolerance. In my opinion, women issue is a cross-cutting issue, so we should put it all over. And with that, I can also foster and build effective and genuine partnerships to advance the mandated goal. I ground my action on the core values of integrity, inclusivity, impartiality, respect for diversity, transparency, and accountability. It is this expertise that I wish to bring to the Inter-Parliamentary Union to define objectives and strategic priorities for its institutional and operational effectiveness and enhance its role in multilateralism. For me, I would position the IPU as the global catalyst for responsive, inclusive, interconnected, and accountable parliament, driving action on peace, security, human rights, and sustainable development, ensuring gender equality and intergenerational equity, and that every voice counts, and most importantly, that no one is left behind in shaping our collective future. I will also foster national ownership, leadership, and responsibility to empower parliaments as active architects of peace, security, and sustainable development. My vision for the IPU is built on 3 pillars. First, diplomacy, parliamentary diplomacy that prevents crises before they escalate, to advance the nexus between peace, security, human rights, rule of law, and development in order to contribute to the prevention and management of conflicts, promote economic connectivity, and strengthen genuine partnership. Second, making inclusivity a concrete reality, one that is practiced and not only promised, to ensure that parliaments institutionalize and constitutionalize inclusivity so that everyone can live in a world free from fear, from want, and where no one is left behind. One where gender parity, intergenerational equity, and the protection of MPs, especially from violence and harassment, are non-negotiable priorities. My third priority would be digital democracy that serves and not subverts, enabling parliaments to harness digital tools ethically and responsibly, while ensuring that technology contributes to democracy, rather than undermines it. Today, the world is changing. Societies are evolving. Conflict have heightened with intensity.
Miss Thiam, thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. So I would ask for your support, and because we have the moral responsibility to act now for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Now I invite Ms. Weidegreen to give her statement. You have 6 minutes, Ms. Weidegreen.
That is just lovely. Thank you very much for that. How are you today? It's getting late in the day, and some of you are getting a little bit tired, so I try to keep this as interesting as possible. Bonjour, Madame la Présidente, Monsieur...
Hello, Madame President. Thank you for this opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Cecilia Widegren, and I'm from Sweden.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to come here and present myself. I am here to serve you as parliamentarians. I've been a parliamentarian for over 30 years. I stood in 8 elections. I decided to step down 3 years ago, but still I'm elected to non-political positions in finance. But I'm ready to serve you as parliamentarians because I think it's time to add the dimension of parliamentarism to the Secretariat for a parliamentary organization. Throughout my life journey, I have been building trust. And that's what I come to you with. Over 30 years of experience of building trust. And why is that so important for the IPU? A unique parliamentary organization with its 137 years of experience and history, where you are the hands and the feet and the energy of this organization. Well respected, and can bring a room like this with world women from parliaments all around the globe, together with gentlemen, of course. But is this organization modern enough to deliver what MPs want and need to make the solutions for tomorrow? Is it attractive enough for MPs in a time when multilateralism is questioned? So let us be honest. You are not short of attractive global platforms that knock on your door. They want you to come to international conferences. You have many of those. So the real question is, how do we make the IPU to remain indispensable even tomorrow? What does it demand to be able to grow and to prosper for the future? The IPU builds something that's so totally unique. We build relationships in the rooms right here. But is that enough? It's very unique, it's very essential for the organization, for understanding, for negotiating, for mediating, and to deliver solutions. But we need more to be able to attract more members of parliaments to engage with the solutions that are so important for tomorrow. The IPU and the parliamentarians is the essence, and it should be seen all over the organization. Because you stay, you remain, and you're there, and that is the strength of the organization. Relationship building, but it's even more important for tomorrow to make sure we use the full potential of the organization. It is time to build trust further out there in our national parliaments and give you so much back when you are here putting your time and effort for a whole week away from your constituency to bring home with you when you meet your friends in the parliament and your constituents. We need to continue to build trust. And in the experience of having trust is what I would like to offer you to bring the IPU stronger for tomorrow. So how have I done this? I have spent my years building trust by listening and understanding. And even though I left Parliament 3 years ago, I came back to you. I've been back here listening, trying to understand you, engage with you, and be part of the organization that you are. As Vice President of the IPU and Chair of the Finance Committee, I took an initiative to make the finances of the IPU long-term stable, an historical decision that now makes the IPU stronger than ever. I chaired the first working group on transparency, openness, and accountability, beginning of a very necessary process to open up and to build the IPU stronger with more trust, more accountability. So I have shown you, members of parliament, I have shown you not only in words, but in action, that I share the values of the IPU. And that's why I stand before you today to show you it is time to take the next step for the IPU. You women MPs, you are needed more than ever in a turmoil time of where we are right now in the world. And the IPU legacy of having a world record of Nobel Peace Prizes, it is time to put the road forward for the 9th Peace Prize.
Ms. Weidegren, your time is up. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Dear colleagues, thank you. Dear colleagues, we will now move to question and answer segment. Given the time available for this exchange, may I kindly ask you to keep your questions brief and to indicate whether they are addressed to all candidates or to one specific candidate. I will now take the first group of questions from the floor. First group will take 5 questions, and then in the second group we'll continue. Please introduce yourself when taking the floor, and please be very, very brief. De Soto, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentations that were made by our contestants. My question is generally to all of them. Seeing that there's a growing pushback against women in leadership and specifically politicians, what is it that you intend to do to assist all member parliaments to have an increased number of women as members of parliaments? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now Morocco has the floor.
Thank you very much.
Bonsoir, chers collègues.
Good evening, dear colleagues. We have heard presentations today from 4 women candidates. And in response to the question that was posed this morning, how can we rebuild the world after conflict? And I think that you are all in agreement that women play a crucial role in rebuilding the world. And we heard the answer just afterwards with the introductions from these 4 women candidates with different backgrounds, different profiles, different experiences, but who all display the excellence that we need I would like to add something very special to Madam Anda Philip. You are the first person that I contacted when I came to the IPU, and I was struck by your smile straight away, and also by your efficiency and your competence, and your really exceptional communication. We have discussed so many things together, and I've always understood that you have a very special profile. And today, within this institution, the most important institution that encompasses almost every national parliament, we need your competence. Thank you also to all the other candidates.
More questions? South Africa has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President and honorable members. My question to all the candidates is that I just want to check with them. Did they have time to go through the last year toolkit that was launched in terms of gender responsive mechanism? If yes, what is it that is outstanding for them that if they become part of those who are successful, they would be able to execute? And lastly, I want to just congratulate them in advance, because I have seen that their CVs and experience and skills, it's something that it can be utilized somewhere in the IPU if some they don't make it. And all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? There are questions. Tunisia, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame. J'ai 4 questions.
Thank you, Madam. I have 4 questions for the candidates. How do you plan to ensure that the Union doesn't remain a mere platform for dialogue, but becomes a true lever for action that's capable of truly influencing states' decisions? Second question. In response to international human rights violations by certain powers, are you prepared to adopt a clear stance and a brave stance, even when that entails opposing major powers? Third question. In a context where women are particularly affected by armed conflict, what concrete and immediate measures would you take to ensure their protection and guarantee accountability? Fourth question. What would be the first main action that you would take during your first 100 days in the role to demonstrate your commitment to establishing real change? Thank you.
Last question comes from Ms. Cynthia Lopez Castro as the president of the Bureau of the Women Parliamentarians.
Thank you so much. Well, first, wish you all the luck to Dionisia, to Anda, to Fatou and Cecilia. We are very proud that we will have the first woman Secretary General in the story of IPU. My question is, could you have the plan to commit that the conference of women parliamentarians that we just have Mexico, we will have Serbia this year, it can continue in IPU? And what other ideas do you have for women parliamentarians of IPU? That will be, what is your plan for the Women's Forum? Which ideas you have? How can you help to keep promoting the number of women parliamentarians all around the world? Because if we have a female Secretary General, this organization has to have female lens and has to transform it to have women in the center. So I would like to listen your plan, and of course the best wishes to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleagues, for your questions. And now I will invite the candidates to respond to the questions that have been put to them. Each candidate has 2 minutes, starting with Ms. Avgarinopoulou. The floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your questions. Dear President, yes, I commit to continue support the conferences of women parliamentarians and also to support it more financially. And this is why I said that one of the 3 moves that I will do within the first 100 days is to establish a specific fund for financing the actions of women, the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, the meetings that we do, and also to be able to help with women from developing countries and developed countries if it is necessary to showcase their work globally and also back home, because we need to support each other, we need to advertise each other, and we need to make sure that our voters, the people that we count upon, they know the quality of our work. And communication, it is very important. So we need the funds, and also we need the education. We need to do capacity building for all women parliamentarians, both in developed and especially in developing countries and the small island states and in the least developed countries. It is important to empower women, and it is our duty to do so. And of course, when we have more women in power, we have more respect to human rights and more respect to peace and democracy. Because women, we are here to support dialogue, we're peaceful agents, and if we have more women, we are going to have more world peace. Thank you very much for every discussion that you have made, and I'm sure that having a Secretary General woman, it will empower IPU and the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now, Ms. Philip, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. To the honorable delegate from Lesotho, yes, there is a lot of injustice in the world, and we cannot be innocent bystanders. We cannot be silent. I think we need to be speaking up more. We need to be redoubling our efforts. And certainly we need to be pushing back on this pushback on gender equality. The question from South Africa, yes, indeed, I think we can be proud of the norms, the criteria, the tools that you have developed in order to advance the political empowerment of women. The gender support mechanisms, the 10 actions for gender equality that were launched last year in Tashkent. And I think all of us can be leading by example in showing the impact of our work. And I think this space, this assembly shows that we are ahead of the curve in the sense that the average of women in parliament is 27.5%. At our assemblies, we systematically see 36, 37% women. And again, the forum has really transformed our organization. Tunisia, you are absolutely right. The credibility of the IPU depends on how we show the results of our work. It's great that we meet, we talk, we adopt resolutions and other decisions. And that is why, for me, a priority will be making that effort to better measure and reflect the impact of our work. And I think that will also enhance the credibility of the organization. Yes, we are a community of values, of principles. We need to uphold international law, international humanitarian law, and to speak up courageously when these very fundamental norms are not being respected, irrespective of who the perpetrator is. The first act for the first 100 days, well, we're going to be coming out of this assembly with a new SG and a new strategy. Thank you. Ms. Thiem, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I have seen 3 main questions. The first is how to address the pushback. Second is about implementation of commitment. And the third is action to further advance the gender agenda. This is how So for the first one, regarding the pushback from Lesotho, I think what is important is to remove barriers preventing women from accessing equal social economic opportunities in relation to inclusive leadership, education, etc. And also enacting legislation that removes discrimination and socio-economic barriers for women by ensuring the protection and respect for human rights of women and girls. And also, with regard to this pushback, ensuring political representation of women by legislating compulsory gender quotas in every election, for example, and also quotas or reserved seat in political parties. So now, with regard to how to ensure the implementation of commitment, I think we have already. I have already said it in my statement. We should make inclusivity a reality that is not practice, that is practice and not only promise. So I think we are here as a gender advocate, as said, to ensure that all relevant global commitments regarding women are implemented, because SG is here to implement, to ensure that we put in place some benchmark and
TM,
yeah.
thank you very much.
Oh,
Thanks a lot.
It's too. Thank you.
Thank you. You'll have another 2 minutes. If you want, you can continue answering these questions. Mr. Vida Green, the floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And since the Chair only given us 2 minutes for so very many beautiful questions, please come up to us afterwards and continue the discussion, because it's hard otherwise for us to include all the good answers that we need to give. I would like to conclude also by 3 things. For the first, many of these questions are questions going straight to the Executive Committee and the President. These are questions for the governing bodies of IPU, not for the Secretary General to decide on. The Secretary General is for the parliamentarians, here to serve you. Well, those decisions has also been taken in those bodies. And it's very important, I think, for the engagement and the future of the IPU that you MPs are even more engaged in the processes tomorrow, and that you will do in your governing bodies. Second of all, you mentioned women in processes, and so important. There are so many scientist reports on when you include women in the processes. For example, in peace talks, you get more long-lasting deals and peaces. So engage with women, have them in the peace talks, in Islamabad, in Kiev, in all the crises. Where are the women around the table? Even though scientists and reports say it's time to include women in the peace talks. And last of all, I brought the bucket with me, the IPU bucket, because I listen. So please put in the proposals for what you want to receive for the future of the IPU. It is time to fill it up. It's time for MPs to be even more engaged in the IPU of tomorrow and make sure that the Secretary General is working straight away for you. You are this membership organization. Make sure it stays that way.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we'll take one more question from Gambia and then give each candidate 2 minutes to respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. And first, I'll have to give a very big thank you to the outgoing Secretary General, Mr. Chungo, for the outstanding work that he has been doing with IPU. And I hope the incoming Secretary General will emulate Mr. Chungo. Mr. Chungo and the entire delegation, thank you very much for the outstanding performance that you've done entirely during the IPU sessions. Madam Chairperson, I will have to also thank the incoming or the candidates vying for the position of the Secretary General. Notwithstanding, I will ask on the relevance to the Gambia, which is the climate change, youth unemployment and migration, youth unemployment, gender-based violence, and migration are top issues for Gambia. How would you mainstream this into IPU debates and actions? And point two, what will you do to strengthen links between the IPU and regional bodies like ECOWAS Parliament? And lastly, we all know gender-based violence in connection to the FGMC is always an issue in Africa. What would you do as the incoming Secretary General to make sure that the gender-based violence with regards to the FGMC will be supported to make sure that it will be banned and laws will be passed to maintain this in countries that are in affection with? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll take a short question from Chile for 1 minute. Short one, please.
Gracias, mis felicitaciones.
Thank you. Congratulations to all the candidates. It's an honor to be part of this discussion and to have the honor of seeing a woman as Secretary General. I think we all appreciate that. And what I would like to ask is that there are also women candidates who are bidding for Secretary General of United Nations. And in Chile, we have an ex-president who is a candidate for that. And so here we want to have a woman Secretary General for the first time. But for me, it's a journey of no return, and so that we can see this representation being effective. I would like to know what you think about digital violence against women, so, digital political violence, and it's attacking democracy, and it's making it difficult to participate in organizations and other political spaces. And so that would be my second question. And congratulations to all of you.
Now I will invite candidates to respond, beginning time with the reversed order. Ms. Videgreen, the floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much for this dialogue together with you. It is time to show that we can bring some actions. And we started the IPU before the UN, so we were in advance also then. Now it's time to do the same thing for the Secretary General election, and hopefully we will be a role model within the IPU for the UN even this time. So of course that is a benefit, showing the road, 137 years and the 70 years. It is very important to get down to business, to be active and going to actions. And there are different ways of doing that. I will ensure, as a former parliamentarian, to make sure MPs are even more engaged in the action planning on where the IPU is heading tomorrow. For the different kind of issues that are raised on climate, on gender-based issues, and so forth, and violence and digital discrimination. There are so many issues out there. You need to get engaged. There are different kinds of ways of doing that, by platform, by seminars, because I really would like the IPU for tomorrow to give even more for you when you go back to your constituencies, to bring back to your national parliaments. You can have direct actions for your constituents. You give so much of your time here in the IPU, so it's so relevant for you to have the activity going all the way back to the mailboxes and the villages where you come from. That's where we should work with an action plan for these questions that you both of you raised. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much. And now, Ms. Thiam, the floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I think Gambia and Chile raised the issue of protection, violence against women. And I think what I would like to emphasize is that it is important to highlight the responsibility of national ownership. I think at the national level, I think MPs had a responsibility to ensure that international obligations are translated into law, national law, domesticated to address the issue of violence against women. I think this is one step. The second step is that it is important to raise awareness on these protection issues and ensure that also having some capacity building for women. As we said, sometimes it's a lack of understanding, but I think it is important to do some capacity building for the women to know better their rights, but also as Parliament to enact this into national law and domesticate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Philip, the floor is yours. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and I would like to finish my response to Tunisia. We will be coming out of this assembly with a strategy, so one of my first jobs would be to sit down with the team and to see what would be the best proposals for the implementation of this strategy, work plan for next year, and certainly a proposal of a budget that would be submitted to the IPU governing bodies in October. The question from the president of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, absolutely, the fact that we now have an annual conference of women parliamentarians, I think is a very important gain that needs to be supported. I also note with pleasure that other major processes such as the G20 Speaker Summit has now incorporated a women's meeting as part of its overall work. So this is something that we need to be taking forward. And of course, mainstreaming gender parity throughout our process and activities at the IPU, but also working with our members so that this happens at the level of national parliament as well. I would love to see every parliament in the world to have somebody like Martin Chungong as a gender champion pushing the agenda in the national parliament. And from that perspective, I echo the words from Gambia. Indeed, we owe a huge debt of appreciation to Martin Chungong. I certainly have learned a lot from him, and he has made our organization more inclusive, more respectful, more relevant, and he's leaving big shoes to fill. You've raised big issues, and indeed, I believe, and I mentioned this in my presentation, through partnerships, we can maximize the impact of our intervention. And certainly, the UN is ready for a woman secretary general. The IPU has often been ahead of the curve, and I'm hopeful that it will be this time as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Ms. Avgarinopoulou, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I would also like to acknowledge Martin's contribution. The IPU, to our eyes, is Martin himself. I'm really inspired by his leadership regarding the necessity for the UN to have a female candidate. We fully support it. I happened to meet with a Chilean candidate in New York. I invited her to come to Greece and meet with the Prime Minister of Greece. And I suppose that we will be supporting the female candidate for the UN. Regarding the female genital mutilation and cutting, this is a violation of human rights, and we have to start a very dynamic campaign and inform everybody, the organizations, including the judiciary, about it. It is very important. We have to use also social media to spread the word and to use the digital communications, not to be only against politician women, but for us. This is why I would like to enact this fund that I was telling you about for female parliamentarians. This will also give us the capacity to work through digital media and propose and promote more the work of the female parliamentarians. And regarding climate change, I would like to tell you that I am an environmental lawyer. I understand the issues of environmental emergencies and natural disasters and how women, they're more fragile in these situations. And I would like to mainstream more the protection of climate and the protection of gender to our work. Thank you very much for being here, and I hope that we will be able to work with all of you more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear candidates, thank you very much for your participation in this hearing and engaging with the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. We wish you good luck with the next steps. Thank you. Dear colleagues, thank you for your questions and contributions as well. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, let's turn now our attention to item 7 on the agenda. The Forum of Women Parliamentarians is required to fill 2 vacant seats on the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians. 1 regional representatives from the African group to replace Ms. Coulibaly Do, who is no longer a member of the parliament. 1 regional representative from the Asia Pacific group to replace Ms. Teka Tewera, who is no longer a member of the parliament. I call on the secretary of the forum, Ms. Zeina Hilal, to let us know if nominations were submitted to the secretariat.
Thank you, Madam President. Indeed, nominations were submitted by the 2 geopolitical groups, starting with the African group, who has submitted the candidature of Madame Yaba Adel Aseke from Côte d'Ivoire to replace Madame Coulibaly Dao, also from Côte d'Ivoire, and 1 candidature from the Asia Pacific group from Ms. Dorji Wangmo from the National Assembly of Bhutan to replace Ms. Tishiterawat, who was the member of the Bureau from Thailand.
Does the forum agree? Please vote by acclamation. Acclamation, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. And congratulations to Ms.
Aseke from Côte d'Ivoire and Wangmo from Bhutan.
We look forward to working with both of you in Bureau of Women Parliamentarians. Now let us consider the report of this morning's working groups. I'm pleased to have the 2 rapporteurs from this morning's discussion groups join me on the podium to present their reports. Let's start with the report of Group 1. Ms. Macau, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, I'm happy to report back on our discussion this morning from Group 1. We discussed the draft resolution for the Standing Committee on Peace and International Security, titled The Role of Parliaments in Establishing Robust Post-Conflict Management Mechanisms and restoring a just and lasting peace. Madame Cynthia Lopez, President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, chaired our discussion. 28 delegates spoke, including 27 women and 1 man from 27 different countries. The group highlighted a reality that's often overlooked in post-conflict management. Women and girls experience discrimination, violence, and marginalization long before conflict ever breaks out. These structural inequalities exacerbate conflicts. And that's why our group concluded that gender equality is a precondition for peace, and we must adopt laws to invest in stability for the future. The group agreed that women and girls disproportionately suffer the consequences of armed conflict, and this worsens the risks to their safety and livelihoods. It also interrupts girls' education, worsens their and affects their well-being. But women and girls are not just victims; they are key actors in consolidating peace and in reconciliation and reconstruction. The women must participate in peace agreements to make them more sustainable. We also mentioned displaced women and girls who suffer people trafficking. This is a central concern. The situation of survivors of sexual violence linked to armed conflict was also explicitly mentioned in our discussion. Access to support services, both whether they are medical, psychological, legal, or economic, and access to justice are essential for a decent life and reintegration into society. Rehabilitation of survivors is also essential. The group reaffirmed the essential importance of the Security Council resolution and the additional resolutions of the Women, Peace and Security agenda. We emphasize that the 5 pillars of prevention, participation and reparations must be explicitly incorporated into legislative action. A strong consensus emerged from our group. Women must be incorporated into decision-making. Full, equal and effective participation of women is a precondition for the legitimacy of peace processes. Organizations led by women and human rights defenders have been recognized as agents of peace that merits protection, institutional recognition. Several delegations highlighted the imperative need to guarantee access for women and girls to health services as a lever for lasting peace. The group also emphasized that reconstruction budgets must also include resources for gender equality to support survivors of sexual violence, to empower women. Women are a priority when it comes to allocating resources. Finally, our group collectively affirmed that gender equality must be at the center of any reconstruction strategy after conflicts. Our task now is to bring a concrete action in the Permanent Commission of Peace and International Security, which will start working tomorrow. Sorry, the Standing Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mikau. You have done an excellent job summarizing the very useful recommendation from the discussion. Now I invite the forum to adopt the report by acclamation. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Let's hear the report of Group 2. Ms. Claydon, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and a lot of gratitude for those of you who are still in the room at this late hour in the afternoon. I'm really pleased to be able to present this report on the debate in Group 2. The debate focused on the draft resolution entitled Building a Fair and Sustainable Global Economy, the Role of Parliaments in Combating Protectionism, Reducing Tariffs and Preventing Corporate Tax Avoidance, presented by the Standing Committee on Sustainable Development. I really want to say an enormous thank you to my chair, Professor Abanan from Saudi Arabia, who chaired this debate this morning, and the 15 delegates who took to the floor to participate in the conversation. And I want to thank all of those colleagues for the substantive contributions that they've made to the theme of the resolution from a gendered perspective. The discussion highlighted that trade, economic and taxation policies are not gender neutral. They do not benefit or affect everyone in the same way. Women, more often than men, occupy informal, low-paid jobs. Tax avoidance harms women the most as it diverts resources from healthcare, education, childcare and other services that underpin women's economic participation. Unfair trade and taxation also disrupts the social fabric and affect women disproportionately. As consumers, as workers, as business owners and entrepreneurs, women must receive the dividends of global trade. The 2024 WTO Statement on Inclusive and Sustainable Trade through Gender Equality provides a good basis for this work. But we must move from commitment to enforcement, from intention to action. Now, how do we get there? First, international trade agreements, credit and public procurement policies must be intentional in their gender targets and their gender impact assessed so that we can lift women out of poverty and promote their access to markets and entrepreneurship at national, regional and global levels. Second, we need to secure equality in our laws by domesticating the CEDAW Convention, and this way we can lift some of the structural barriers of women's economic empowerment and guarantee equality at work through equal pay and protection from workplace harassment. Third, we need to mandate gender-responsive budgeting, taxation regimes and social protection schemes. Tax justice is gender justice. And fourth, we must ensure that existing programs are accessible and effective, for instance, by providing skills development opportunities on trade for women. Fifth, we need to promote women's leadership across the board, in particular throughout the economy. Data shows that having more women on corporate boards leads to less tax avoidance. And finally, we need sex disaggregated data to equip our parliaments with the adequate mandate, resources and expertise to monitor and enforce gender-related commitments through trade agreements and taxation regimes. Colleagues, we will now work on proposed amendments to ensure our main points are integrated into the draft resolution before the Standing Committee on Sustainable Development. And I sincerely thank you for your attention in this late hour this afternoon.
Thank you, Ms. Claydon. You have done an excellent job summarizing the very useful recommendation from the discussion. Now I invite the forum to adopt the report by acclamation. Thank you. Thank you very much, dear colleague. I take it that amendments to the resolutions will be drafted and presented to the Standing Committee for the chairs and rapporteurs of the working groups will be promoting these amendments in the Standing Committee deliberations. Now, I would like to recognize Mr. Sera from Indonesia, member of the IPU Executive Committee, for having been with us all day today.
Thank you.
Thank you. We need more men allies like you, Mr. Sera. Also, I recognize the other men who are with us all day today. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Now, colleagues, we are coming close to the end of this session of forum. I would like to remind you that the next session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians will take place during the upcoming 153rd Assembly in Arusha, Tanzania in October 2026. I'm very pleased to invite our colleague from Tanzanian National Assembly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You have the floor, dear colleague. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Honorable President of the Women Bureau of the IPU, Honorable Speakers and Heads of Parliaments from member nations, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Her Excellency, our President, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of United Republic of Tanzania, the government, the parliament, and the people of Tanzania, I welcome you all to Arusha. Arusha, a city of diplomacy, wild animals, and mountains. I say, Karibu sana Tanzania. That means welcome to Tanzania, Arusha. It is a profound privilege for Tanzanians to host the 153rd Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. I want to say, your confidence in us is a responsibility we accept with humility and resolve. Arusha is more than a conference city. It is a seat of the African Court on Human and People's Rights, and Arusha is the headquarters of East Africa Community. This is where Arusha diplomacy meets culture, and Arusha, this is where dialogue turns into action. While you are here, beyond the debates and resolutions, I invite you to experience the so-called ukarimu. Ukarimu, the Swahili spirit of hospitality that comes from the heart. Visit Mount Kilimanjaro. Visit the Serengeti and Ngorongoro. Above all, meet the Tanzanian people. We are a nation built of peace, unity, and ujamaa, the principle of familyhood. We will do our utmost in collaboration with all key stakeholders to ensure this assembly is successful and that your stay is memorable and you will experience unforgettable Tanzania. Once again, you are most welcome to the land of the Maasai, to the land of Ngorongoro and the Serengeti, and the Spice Island of Zanzibar. With the white sandy beaches, Tanzania, we want to say there will be no problem, hakuna matata. Most welcome, karibu sana. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We appreciate.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam. And we look forward to our next session in Arusha. Now, dear colleagues, our task is coming complete for today. I wish to thank you for your hard work and participation in the 41st session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. It has been a great pleasure for me to chair it. Now, I'm pleased to give you Ms. Cynthia Lopez Castro. I'm pleased to give you floor again.
Thank you so much, dear Fatma. I want to congratulate you because you did a great job in this Forum of Women Parliamentarians. Thanks for hosting this great conference. Thanks for receiving us in your amazing country. Thanks for trust IPU to make this conference in Turkey. We feel very happy, very proud, and I would like to give a special gift for you so you always remind this important assembly. So thank you so much. And it will be a great honor to have you in the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians for the next 2 years. And this conference will be memorable for us and will be always in our heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I will keep and cherish this for the rest of my life. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Dear colleagues, I hope you have a very fruitful 152nd forum and you have a great time in Istanbul. And I'm thrilled to use my hammer to declare the 34th session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians adjourned. Thank you all. Thank you.